great issues plus 6 free strategy guides on a hot new game. That's twice the power for still $15. Wow, call now. Get the power. 15 here. 6 great issues plus 6 free strategy guides on a hot new game. That's twice the power for still $15. Wow.
Holy shit, I've not been on that whole time. You missed me calling the Nintendo Power hotline. And you missed literally nobody being on the phone, but... Anyway, hello and welcome. I guess I have to go through my entire spiel again. This is... the Power. Nintendo Power. From April of 2007. We're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s, baby. And you know what? This is, as of now, the latest issue of any magazine that I have covered. So what was Nintendo looking like now? Pretty good. The Wii, assuming you could get your hands on it, was absolutely flying off the shelves. People who had never bought a video game system in their life were buying the Wii. Basically the same crowd that's paying, like, you know, thousands of dollars on, like, gacha games and shit. They were paying $200 for the Wii in 2007. Guess this would have been, like, around the time I wouldn't have had a Wii by this point. I would have, I don't know if I would have had a game console at this point. I got into game systems a bit late. But next year, whoa Nelly, I got a Wii, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a lot. It also took, like, several months to figure out how to get that thing hooked up to the internet, because the way our internet was set up was, like, absolutely fucking insane. But we figured it out. Hooray. And, also, the DS. The DS was out. Actually, the Game Boy Advance was out still. Now that I think about it. We've seen several GBA games already that came out past 2007. I think 2008, there and about, is when it was well and truly discontinued. Right around the time that the DSi ditched the Game Boy Advance slot. But anyway, the Nintendo Power really needs no introduction. Started in 1989. Really, I guess, like, 1989 was just kind of the golden year for video game magazines, because Nintendo Power, EGM, GamePro, a whole bunch of people right around the same time had the idea to make a video game magazine. And it was a good idea, until it wasn't, when the internet was a thing. But, I digress. Nintendo Power lasted quite a while. It lasted up until 2013, which is really right around the time that, like, a lot of the video game mags folded. Also around the same time, EGM folded, I think GamePro folded a little bit later. I think they lasted until, like, 2015. But, still. So, without further ado, let's take a look. But yeah, I mean, Nintendo Power is probably the most famous video game magazine. To a point where, like, it's kind of surprising that it took me this long to look at it. And that's because I initially didn't really want to do magazines really like this. But I realized, like, no, these can be kind of interesting. So, let's take a look at this. See if I was right. If I was right then, or if I'm right now. Or it could be both somehow. We'll figure out how that works later. Definitely really good. Sega! Sonic the Hedgehog. First page, Sonic the Hedgehog. How dare you? How dare you put this Sega propaganda in my Nintendo magazine? Ugh. How dares. Sonic and the Secret Rings. I've heard this game is, I've heard it's not very good. It's kind of like a stripped down version of Sonic 06 on the Wii, if I remember right. I've never played it, but if it's anything like Sonic 06, maybe I kind of don't want to. Alright, let's take a look at what we got. You are here. You and me? Ooh. So those are, well, that's the table of contents, I suppose. How is the, mic volume? Is it good? How is the, Okay, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. We've got, first of all, Trauma Center's Second Opinion. She plays too. Oh my, how lewd. One of the hottest Wii titles brings the Doctor. Oh, I'm sorry, the D.R. I've never seen Doctor. That's not how. Doctor DR stands for doctor. Doctor is one word. Anyway. Or is it the OR? Oh, it might be the OR. Okay. The OR into your living room. What is it? New doctors, new tools, an enhanced gameplay. Put your surgical skills to the limit with an intuitive control system that only the Wii can offer. So it's going to be very motion control heavy is what that means. I've actually never played any of the Trauma Center games. I feel like I would enjoy them, right? Maybe not. I get to wave the weird Wii controller around and do imaginary surgery. I do gotta play Trauma Center at some point. I don't know which one, though. Maybe Second Opinion. Maybe this sold me. What's this? Mana needs another hero. Mana cooks. I beg. Oh, Mama cooked. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, what is this? From the creators of Metal Gear Solid. Did Hideo Kojima... Wait, which creators? Hideo Kojima? Did he make a Wii game? What game is this? Hang on. This game looks kind of sick, actually. Also looks like nothing Kojima would have anything to do with. Unless, do they just mean Konami is the creators of Metal Gear Solid? Konami did a lot of things. Metal Gear Solid was, not the one that I would highlight. of Lunar Nights. Oh, Lunar Nights. Is Kojima behind that? I guess they don't mean which creators. I guess just some of the team that also worked on Metal Gear Solid worked on this. I gotta play Lunar Nights. I hear that one's good. It's also, is this on Wii? Or is it on DS? Either way, I do gotta play, I do gotta play Lunar Nights. That's on my list. Oh, it's on the DS. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, DS had a lot more RPGs than the Wii. The Wii had some. As it turns out, there were like a handful of RPGs on the Wii. More than I expected, but still, not a ton, especially compared to the PS3. The PS3 for a little while was the place to go for JRPGs. Whatever JRPGs existed when this came out, which the industry was kind of moving away from for a little while. We got... Is this still... Wait, actually, let me see. Oh no, this is still contents. Game title, we've got... Alien Syndrome for Wii? That was a thing? Oh no, this is still contents. Okay, I see how this works. We've got... Inuyasha? What is that? Sounds like a fighting game. Experience the original story from the Inuyasha universe. I've never played these games. RPG? A thing you'll often notice is, like, you have to, like, really, like, scroll in to find any pictures of gameplay. Because graphics mattered, especially around this time. Except, what I said about the Wii, like, flying off the shelves and having shitty graphics. How about Pulse? What is this? The Wii Life.
The We Too Life FO people who claim video games limit the imagination clearly have never stepped into the world of The Sims. For the Sim franchise, beginning with SimCity, the SNES...
Hang on. I said I wanted Anna. I demand Anna. New Zealand, where is Anna? Anna, come back! There she is. Hello, Arus.
Villan people who claim video games limit one the imagination clearly have never always stepped into the world of The Sims. For the Sim franchise, beginning with SimCity, the SNES version of which is now available on Virtual Console, has offered gamers a chance to bring characters and entire worlds to life. So this month's cover story revealing in-depth details about EA's radical new direction for The Sims on Wii and DS is particularly exciting news. NP senior editor George Sinfield visited EA's development studio to receive the first hands-on demonstration and details about My Sims, giving our readers another worldwide exclusive on a major upcoming title. The scope of creative activities in My Sims is unprecedented, but we players who have been exercising their creativity using the Mii editor will likely welcome the variety. Incidentally, for those who want to get the most out of the Mii channel, this month's You and Me feature provides professional pointers on creating great Miis. Of course, creativity in gaming can take many forms, as you'll see in our April Wii previews of The Godfather, Black Hand Edition, Alien Syndrome, Super Paper Mario, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 07, and Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Each title really puts a new spin on a classic genre or franchise. We'll also help you plan blazing routes through the toughest stages of Sonic and the Secret Rings, and we'll explore 2 amazing fantasy worlds coming to DS in our previews of Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Pearl, and Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo Tales. It may be the April issue, but we're not fooling around. NL on A.
There we go. Where's Kagomi? I don't know. I don't know what the reference is. All right. Vegetative state. What is this? Oh, start on page 1. Stay on page 1. Oh, stay on target. What the fuck is this advertising? This is a very strange ad. Possibly for a very strange game. Is this Mad World? No. I was gonna say, it kind of has like that, like, sort of comic book style, but this is like still too minimalist. Pulse. I don't know what that means. Alright, let's look at this.
As a matter of fact, the Wii has taken over. As a matter of fact, the Wii has taken over my house. Everyone loves Wii Sports. Bowling is particularly popular. Are any of you guys good at it? Do you have a designated best player for any sport? What's that person's skill level? I'd like to know that I'm better than someone who works for Nintendo. Matthew P. Via the internet, our designer David Waterworth has tossed a perfect 300 on 6 occasions,
Ooh.
including 3 in one day.
Nice.
Good luck topping that unbelievable feat.
That's pretty sick, honestly. Especially because, like, I don't know, I feel, well, like, with the motion controls, I feel like a little bit of that kind of comes down to just, like, almost random. I don't know, there are ways to, like, get to bowl, like, a perfect game in Wii Bowling. I'm not sure how, but people have done it.
Broken Link, I have a question about The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Were the people that created the player's guide part of the Zelda team, or were they just?
Yeah, they were not part of the Zelda team. That's not how that works. So this is the typical kind of letter to the editor section.
Nerds that were hired. Own the GameCube version of the game and I'm almost done beating it. But I think the guide is confusing because it sometimes doesn't tell you where to go or something. Pedro M. Via the internet. It is quite apparent that whoever published the Twilight Princess player's guide never played the game. The pictures of the dungeons are opposite of what is on the game disc for Nintendo GameCube. The directions are all wrong, east is west, etc.
Damn.
Over the years, have seen the quality of the games improve, but I'm sorry to see that the guides have not. IDC via the internet, good grief, people. Did you happen to notice the giant Wii logo on the cover of the player's guide? At any rate, read the back of the Twilight Princess guide starting on page 168 to find a comprehensive breakdown of the GameCube version. Welcome back, congratulate and thank NP for making Drew Williams a permanent member of your crew. Ever since his first hilarious.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know the Wii and GameCube versions of Twilight Princess were different, apart from just one having motion controls and the other not. I think the Wii version might be a bit expanded. I guess it must be.
BICRSET. Star Fox Command article, knew he was special. Drew, you are my favorite writer so far, and I've been reading for 7 years. Gaming King via the internet, Drew actually returns to us after a long hiatus abroad. Crack open some of those issues from 7 years ago and you'll find his name in the credits. A really long hiatus in Volume 212, Drew Williams said he was in a Mexican jail when Gunstar Heroes came out. Suddenly Drew's a lot more awesome. What did he do to land in that situation?
What the fuck?
And will a book of his experiences soon be released?
Oh, perfect music.
Via the internet will leave his jail experiences between Drew, his therapist, and his book editor. You can learn a lot in a Mexican jail. Hey, I'm just writing to say enjoy your Better Gaming Through Science article in Volume 213, whoever wrote it. It was moderately humorous and quite entertaining. Not to mention a nice, creative way to show off some good games. Keep Sarah O Nasty's pies equals Burley.
Just gonna like shrug that off? How did you land in a Mexican jail? I want to know that. Was El Chapo secretly working for Nintendo Power? Honestly, I could see it. That's where he was this whole time. It was El Chapo.
The author in question is Drew, who's getting more than his fair share of Pulse this month, isn't he? That's why we brought him back, to be moderately humorous and quite entertaining. Corrector's Corner in Volume 213's Diddy Kong Racing article, Grease Monkey, you incorrectly noted that the game supports 8 players via Wi-Fi. The actual number is 6. Daniel V, via the internet, also restated in the Diddy
Nintendo
Kong
fans are
Racing
fucking nerds.
review in the same issue that there aren't silver coin challenges, but indeed there are. They are accessed differently than in the original game, however. Please write us, pulse at nintendopower.com or via carrier pigeon at Nintendo Power P.O. Box 97033 Redmond, Washington 9807397.
Oh, you gotta carrier pigeon over to Nintendo? Honestly, that's probably a less obtrusive means of transportation than the Wii message codes. Or the friend code system that Nintendo still kind of has. It's kind of fucked that, like, people didn't like that back then. And it has not gotten any better. Most Wanted. What is this?
TOF into Anna and Nintendo, we know, shocker, here our friend the Wolf Boy still rocks the top of the charts. Underscore the question is, what will be the % game that knocks it off its perch? 1. The Legend of Zelda, 3. Twilight Princess, 7. Maybe an NFL 07 and Rayman Raving Rabbits, IA Red Steel.
Okay, actually,
Super
hold on.
Monkey Ball backslash Banana Blitz.
Let's look at this backwards. So number 10 is... What is this? Oh, Tony Hawk's... What is it? Oh, Tony Hawk Underground? Okay. We've got Trauma Center, Second Opinion. I do want to play the Trauma Center games at some point. Elle just beat this game. Give her your GGs. She deserves the GGs. The game is hard and not particularly fair. Excite Truck. I've never played that, but I've heard it's fun. Call of Duty 3 on the Wii? Okay. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Yes. Yes, give her your GGs. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. I have this game. I've heard it's honestly kind of jank, but I've never played it. Red Steel, I've never played. I don't even really know what that is. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, Red Steel. Rayman Raving Rabbids. Not a mainline thing. Yeah, Super Evil Monkey Ball. Monkey Ball is fun though. Yeah, I mean, I know Super Monkey Ball is fun. I've just heard Banana Blitz isn't the best. You found Spider-Man Web of Shadow for Xbox 360 CIB. I mean, wouldn't most 360 games kind of have to be CIB? Because, like, otherwise, what? It would just be a used disc, and there's, like, like a decent chance that it's gonna be scratched up. And then, of course, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is #1. It was, like, the best game on the Wii for a little while. How about Dancing Machine? This is, what is this, DDR or something? Yeah, they wasted no time in putting DDR on the Wii. Yeah, Konami's dancing sensation comes to Wii in the form of Dance Dance Revolution Hottest Party. Have you played this one, LCX? Nintendo Power. Hello, Nintendo. Hello, Nintendo Power. Featuring 4-player action. What, on one mat? Jesus Christ, I would hate that. 4 decades of music, enhanced gameplay, and more! Let's read. God, it's raining all of a sudden. I can hear it. Makes sense. It was pretty humid.
Gamers have been moving their feet to Konami's hit Dance Dance
Nope, you'll try it.
series for the better part of a decade, and soon they'll be able to experience the fun in a whole new way with Dance Dance Revolution Hottest Party, an original DDR title created specifically for Wii.
I'd be careful about streaming this.
Well, in addition to playing the game the usual way, by stepping
Might
up arrows that included
take down your
dance
stream.
pads synced to the music, you'll get to move the Wii remote and nunchuck rhythmically to get your whole body into the groove. Furthermore,
Also, I have no
Konami
idea
promises
how
an all-new
possible it would be to
licensed soundtrack
configure,
that features
like, a
some of the
DDR
best
mat
dance tunes
with a
from the
Wii
70s,
emulator.
80s, 90s, and today, along with.
It's so many decades. That's like all the decades, I think.
Cooperative and competitive modes for up to 4 players. You can also expect numerous difficulty settings and a variety of mini-games.
Oh shit.
Details were unavailable at press time, but Konami has confirmed that the game will be out in the second half of 2007. Chris H.
Alright. It seems like, yeah, like, definitely I remember by this point, DDR was, like, mostly, if not all, licensed music. I think at the beginning, like, they had, like, some original tracks, but they kind of stopped doing that. Especially once, like, Guitar Hero kind of really became a thing. You found Splatterhouse sealed. Dyer51, I don't know if you know him, but he had, like, some creative input on that game. I played it. It's pretty decent. It's a good kind of, like, God of War clone. Against the Grain.
The series that made farming fun hasn't changed a lot in 10 years, and Rune Factory, a fantasy harvest moon, attempts to make up for that. Don't panic,
Cats
fans.
left a gift in
You'll
front of your
still
room.
indulge in
Oh,
many of the
good.
familiar activities that made previous harvest moon games
Have fun
great,
cleaning that.
such as growing crops, raising animals, and catching fish. But Rune Factory adds the unforeseen diversion of battling monsters to your daily routine. You'll swap your hoe for a sword as the game completely switches gears to a hack-and-slash, dungeon exploring adventure. To go along with the new format, Rune Factory has adopted a more mature overall look and story.
I need to play the Rune games. Rune Factory was, one that Elle was talking about the other day. I gotta play that.
Real GTEEP, compared to previous Harvest Moon 1 titles. You'll assume the role of a young man who wakes up in an unfamiliar village. Suffering from amnesia, your New York goal is to start a new life and regain your memory piece by piece. In addition to battling monsters, UALS can apparently befriend the beasts to aid you on the farm. How exactly farm, TING, and fighting will come together is
Blame the
still
victim?
unclear.
I'm not
One thing's
familiar
for
with
sure,
that.
The Rune Factory is a huge departure for the series. Whether a dose of Action J will agree with longtime fans remains to be seen. We'll find out when the one game sprouts this spring.
I've never played
LDM.
the Rune games, but I do like dungeon crawlers, so I might have to. Well, I like dungeon crawlers as long as they aren't, like, stupid and bullshit, but I imagine by the Wii they kind of worked out how to make that not be that. Ooh, I'm playing this game, Saturday. Virtual Fighter Animated.
The ordinary on Nintendo's new home console, and that same exploratory spirit is evident in the publisher's latest Wii-exclusive endeavor, Dewey's Adventure, working title. The game stars a small droplet of water tasked with eliminating a terrible scourge that has befallen the forest. You'll tilt and twist the Wii remote to move the diminutive protagonist around his environment, and use gesture-based controls.
Oh, I know
to
this
unleash
game.
special
It's kind of like
elemental
Camel
powers.
Try,
You can
except
shoot
it's
bolts of
like...
lightning, create earthquakes, and more to vanquish
Yeah,
them.
it's got like environmental
Also
things you
of
can
note
do.
is
This
that
game is really good. Play some SNK on Wii. Or play some... Skinnard? Leonard Skinnard?
Monitor
Yes?
on the
Okay.
left side of the screen. Certain situations call for you to figure out ways to heat or cool Dewey in order to transform him into steam or ice. It seems like
Another
a really
game I
clever
wanna play.
concept that should lead to some great puzzle platforming. In addition, Konami promises that you'll be able to build your own levels using a variety of customization options, then share your creations with friends. Unfortunately, we don't know much else about Dewey's Adventure except that it's scheduled for release later this year. It certainly looks and sounds promising.
I want
though,
to
so we'll
say
be sure
this
to keep
game
you
came
updated
out and
as
it was
we learn
called
more.
Where's My Water?
Sharif T.
Or maybe that's a different game. But, yeah, I think there was a Wii game. I think it might have even been a WiiWare game. And I'm pretty sure it was called Where's My Water? I remember seeing that and it looking pretty good. Let's double tap the dead.
Dead and Furious was the working title for IDOS's new light gun-style rail shooter now known as Touch the Dead. It's hard to say which name we like more, but regardless of what they call it, the game promises to be pure, stupid, zombie-killing fun when it comes out this spring. Players assume the role of a man who wakes up in a prison cell to discover that everyone around him has turned into the Walk 40.
Touch the Dead. So it's on DS? They made a DS rail shooter? I don't know if that would be like the absolute best console possible for that, or the absolute worst console. But I might have to look into this.
IIS tried to fight his way out of the prison, one headshot at a time.
WiiWare, as in shovelware Wii? Yeah, that too.
With the targets that pop up without warning, only now you need to tap them with a stylus instead of shoot them with a light gun. Think of it as a rhythm game with less music and a lot more shuffling, reanimated dead people that
I see. I see how they made it work. That's not a bad idea. Whatever happened to the Nintendo seal of quality? I think they still do that on their games, don't they? Doesn't mean shit, because, I mean, look what's approved on the eShop, but they still do it.
The peaceful prison atmosphere is shattered by the appearance of homicidal inmates and guards. Zombies are easy to spot thanks to their terrible fashion sense. No shirt, no shoes, no cerebral cortex.
This was lame, Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo was always lame, but this was like when Nintendo wasn't even trying to be cool. ARMS deal? What is the deal with ARMS? I guess there's not much.
Copyright Ubisoft's Brothers in Arms comes to the DS as the first World War IL action title for the dual-screen handheld.
I mean, you could play that. You could also just play Call of Duty. That sounds like exactly the same game. World War II lasted for, like... I feel like World War II mania lasted longer than the actual war it was based on. Because, like, World War II was, like, what? 39 to 45, so 6 years? Yeah, World War II mania lasted longer than that. And, of course, we've got fresh faces in Clash of 2007.
A new installment in the Naruto Clash of Ninja series silently stalks a fall release date on Wii.
The Naruto games were sometimes pretty decent, so who knows? Maybe that one was good. We've got Rabbit Remix.
P. Rabbit Redux released way back in 2001 for the Control Pad T over Cookie PlayStation 2. The Adventures of the Top Screen. You'll perform Bar Cookie and Cream Chant the select DS touchscreen functions with.
I've never heard of this game before. I guess it was on the PS2, and I guess it was popular enough to come to the DS. I don't know. That honestly, that game looks kind of terrible. How about Counterclockwise?
WVSSWS-_EWEAWWNWS travel to the past with weapons from the future to stop a madman from taking over the world in Konami's DS aerial combat thriller Timeace. Dr. 1 Clock in 10 to Town World 1 WTOTHME the 1 seed.
Oh, Nintendo doesn't do the seal of quality anymore? I don't know. It's not like it ever really did all too much anyway. I guess it was... Really, it was just a way of, like, determining that the game was licensed by Nintendo back when that wasn't... Back when that was kind of a real concern. It's not now. Ooh, we've got more to talk about now. Hudson rocks! Rolls and soars. Hudson? They were still working with Nintendo at this point? Actually, I think they were for a little while.
Aroa Pietoy plus Honey Hudson Soft has demonstrated 15 devotion to Nintendo systems with numerous virtual console releases as of late. But it's not stopping there. The company recently announced that it will be publishing Flight Sim Wing Island and puzzle game Core Rimpa, Marble Mania for Wii in North America, along with rhythmic puzzler Honeycomb Beat for DS, all three of which will be distributed by Konami. Wing Island is a light-hearted flight sim in which you'll soar through the skies both solo and in formations.
Man, the DS had so many games that, like, nobody remembers. For example, we're gonna see in a little bit, there was Heroes of Mana. I don't even know if anyone knows about that one. But it existed on DS. Maybe you played it.
Deliveries, fight fires, find lost cows, and more. Core Rimpa, meanwhile, is a cross between Super Monkey Ball and Marble Madness. You'll use the Wii Remote to tilt the screen up to 90 degrees to move your marble through mazes filled with hazards like ice.
That's a neat idea, but I could also see that being really annoying.
You'll face more than 200 music-driven puzzles as you tap and move tiles to create and eliminate colored patterns. All three games should be available near the end of
Full
March.
body?
CUISH.
Well, yo ho ho and a yumpity dum. My IQ is very low. I'm a pirate and I'm dumb. Well, I might be hiding in a barrel in the dark, or I'll walk it down a plank and
Can I do this? Oh yeah, I did. Never mind. How about Game & Watch Forecast? Oh, Game Watch Forecast, not Game & Watch Forecast. This was a little bit late for that. Alright, what do we... Yeah, we've got, on the Wii, we've got Alien Syndrome. Again, I didn't know Alien Syndrome... What? 2 stars? What does that mean? It's raining games! Hallelujah! It's raining games! Tell James! This is usually a slow time of year. Yeah, I don't know, what does the... I don't know. Alien Syndrome. I didn't know there was an Alien Syndrome for Wii. I'm gonna have to check that out. Of all the things Sega could remake, Alien Syndrome. We've got Balloon Wars. We've got Big Brain Academy on the Wii. We've got The Bigs. We've got Bionicle Heroes. Are these like the ratings that these games got? All 2 out of 5? Honestly, I can see that. We've got... What is this? Blazing Angels. Never heard of that. Blitz the League. That sounds terrible. Bust a Move Bash. Is that a full game? Or is that on WiiWare? Cooking Mama Cook-Off. Again, on the Wii? It says these are all Wii games. We've got... What is this? Cosmic Family? That sounds awful. Dance Dance Revolution. What was it called? High Party. Oh no. What was it called? Hot Party. Hot Party. We've got... I don't know, this is kind of hard to see. Dragon Quest Swords. I've never played that. But apparently there was a Dragon Quest game on there. Oh.
No way. Give me your money.
Let's see, what do we got? We've got Driver. Wait, there was a Driver game on Wii? We've got Escape from Bug Island. Never heard of that. We've got Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. I've heard that game is excellent. Also, Fire Emblem on the Wii. And The Godfather came to Wii? Really? I did not know that. Oh, and also Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon Wii. Some of these might not have come out. I don't know. We've got... Oh, yeah, that game. Horo Wampa. And we've got Legend of the Dragon, which I've never heard of, but that sounds like an actually pretty interesting RPG, so maybe it's pretty good. Line Rider, never heard of it. And Looney Tunes. Just some Looney Tunes game. We don't know yet. Mario Party 8. Ooh, that game did come out, and it was actually pretty fun. Probably my favorite of the Mario Party games. And I like it for the reason that most people don't, which is the motion controls. We've also got Mario Strikers Charged. We've got Medal of Honor Vanguard. On the Wii? Okay. Meet the Robinsons! Oh, hell yeah. We've got Monkey... Wait, no, not Monkey. Mercury Meltdown Revolution. Metroid Prime 3. Do people... Yeah, people like that one, I think. I think it was Other M that people didn't really like. We've got Mortal Kombat Armageddon. I was gonna say, my friend used to have that one. No, that was Annihilation. I'm pretty sure. Naruto Clash of the Ninja on Wii. One Piece Unlimited Adventure. I played a One Piece game for something, and it wasn't particularly good. Prince of Persia Rival Swords. We've got Prince Prince Hammer. Oh no, Project Hammer. Looks like an EDF clone or something. Samurai Slash. Sounds like shit. Shrek the Third also very much sounds like shit. Sonic and the Secret Rings, that game is shit. SSX Blur. Super Mario Galaxy. That game was the shit, and the movie isn't particularly good, sadly, apparently, from what I understand. Super Paper Mario, I will defend this game to the grave. I believe it is my favorite of the Paper Mario games, Super Paper Mario. Super Smash Bros. Brawl, classic. Tamagotchi Party On, almost as good as Smash Bros. Brawl. Tiger Woods PGA Tour 07. This would have been peak Tiger Woods period, right before the controversies. TMNT, Transformers, The Game. I've actually played... I think I played... I want to say the 360 Transformers game, and you know what? It was pretty fun. And Wing Island, which I've never heard of. Alien Syndrome unlicensed by Tengen on NES was better than SMS version. I didn't know there was an NES Alien Syndrome game. Shit was buck wild, and yeah, there were a couple. Afterburner got a... Actually, I think it technically got 2 ports, because there was one for the Famicom and one for the NES, and they were completely different games. Did Altered Beast get a NES port? I want to say it might have. And then, Fantasy Zone, I think, got, like... No, maybe Fantasy Zone was the one that got 2 ports. I don't remember. One of them did. Speaking of good Sega games, Truxin! As Classic Game Room would say. Alright, let's look at... Are these the DS games? They are indeed. Let's take a look. What are the DS games coming out soon? We've got... A Boy and His Blob for the DS? I know of the Wii game. I didn't know there was a DS one. We've got Asphalt. Literally a portable mobile game. Although a fairly decent mobile game, I'll give it that. I'm just not sure it would have really stood out much on DS. Biker Mice from Mars in 2007? Oh my god, how cheap would that license have been in 2007? Who would have heard... What kid in 2007 would have known what Biker Mice from Mars was? Apart from me. Because, like, I was obsessed with old shit. I don't know, in 2007 I probably wouldn't have known what Biker Mice from Mars was. Brothers in Arms DS. Build-A-Bear. Aw, shit, man. We don't even need to go to Build-A-Bear. We can just Build-A-Bear on the DS. Cake Mania, Karumi's favorite game. California Games on the DS? Actually, that sounds like it would be pretty fun. Wait. Sametry? Cametry? I don't know. Oh, Camel Try. Oh, Camel Try on the DS. Published by TBA. Who the fuck knows? We've got Chibi Robo. Park Patrol. I heard this one wasn't as good as the GameCube Chibi Robo game. Chrono's Twin. I've never heard of that one. I wonder if that was like the working title for Chrono Trigger on DS, maybe. We've got Code Tokyo. Oh wait. Lyoko? I don't know what that is. Cookies and Cream? Never heard of that. Sounds terrible. Custom Robo Arena. Ronnie approved game. We've got Death Jr. and the Science Fair of Doom. Sounds awful. What have we got? Diner Dash. Asphalt was a mobile game. This is literally a Flash game. The King of... DK King of Swing DS. Oh, yeah. Donkey Kong, finally a swinger. With strongly worded letter campaign work. Dragon Ball Z on the DS. Dragon Quest IX. That's 9, I guess. Wait. Didn't Dragon Quest, like, 7 and 8 come out on the 3DS? I don't know. What Dragon Quest are we up to now? Drake and Josh. If it's anything like the GBA game, that is fucking shit. We've got DS Air by Nintendo. What is DS Air? You just buy it and it's an empty package. Dynasty Warriors on DS? That actually sounds like it could be fun. We've got Etrian Odyssey. I've never played that, but I've heard those games are good. What is this? Foropa Universals 2. Never heard of that. F-24 Stealth Fighter. Okay. That sounds like a thing. Final Fantasy 12. What is this? Revenue Wings? Huh, there's a FF12 spin-off on DS. I think I might have known that, actually. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, also on DS, yeah. Final Fantasy Fables. I forget what Final Fantasy Fables is. But, I would have had to go through that when I went through the FFDS games. Flipper Critters? Okay. That sounds awful. Fossil League DTC. DIC? I don't know. Go Pet! Oh, hell yeah. We've got Hardcore Pool. I must have read that as something else. We've got Heroes of Mana, which I'm definitely going to have to play. We've got Honeycomb Honeycomb Beat, which I guess is a flight sim, apparently. Impossible Mission on the DS. Actually, that... Alright, if they, like, updated Impossible Mission, maybe. Indiana Jones 2007, presumably based on the movie. Kim Possible Global... Well, the GBA, Kim Possible games were surprisingly pretty decent. Konami Crazy, Classic Series, Arcade Hits. Legend of the River King, never heard of it. Legend of Zelda 4 Swords. I think that actually came out to, on DSiWare, not on the DS. The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. Was that not out by April of 2007? Well, Phantom Hourglass is a good game. It's actually one of the few Zelda games I enjoyed. Time Rider. Lost in Blue 2. Oh, wait. Yeah. Meet the Robinsons. Something beat 'em. Mega Man Star Force. What is Star Force? Mitos. Oh, yeah, the Mitos games were pretty good, weren't they? Monster Rancher. Monster Fables. Never heard of it. Wednesday 2. Naruto. One Piece. We've got Panzer Tactics DS. Paws and Claws, fuck yeah. We've got Pogo Island. We've got Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. 1 game for the price of 2. Pony Friends. Princess Naisha. Okay, I never heard of that. Power Pals! Oh, hell yeah. Get the power. The power of pals. Puzzle, Quest, Wad. Quick Spot. I don't know what that is. Rayman Raving Rabbids. Rune Factory. I do gotta play the Rune Factory games. Let's see. Let me look at... Wings is an SRPG. Well, I gotta look up at chat. I had the Zoom mode on, so I could really interact. Sorry. Yeah, Battleship theme kind of goes hard as fuck. They didn't need to go as hard. Wings is an RPG. Yeah, open, nothing inside. It's Air DS. You got entirely what you paid for. Star Force is an RPG, so is it kind of like Battle Network? Or even more of an RPG than Battle Network? A straight-up Mega Man RPG could actually be pretty fun. People are, like, weirdly invested in the Mega Man lore. For a game that I never really thought had much up until fairly recently. Star Force is Quest RPG, only with customizing Mega Man and collecting battle cards. To use. So it just sounds like Battle Network to me. is what you're saying. We've got Rayman, Raving Rabbids. Super Smash Bros. Brawl! Man, that game was hyped as hell. There's a Mega Man RPG on PS2, you say? I might need to put that on a one-off list. Star Force 3 is more in-depth with so much that you had to save state. Okay. I'm gonna have to look up the PS2 one. I wonder if that's like that Mega Man X Command game or whatever. Got... and... okay, how about... what's this? Turning over a new leaf. Oh, is this that Animal Crossing game? Was that called Animal Crossing New Leaf? No, that was the 3DS one. What was the one that was on DS? They made an Animal Crossing game on DS. I forget which one that was.
Platform, DS Asterisk Publisher.
Hello, Slim.
Developer, Brownie Brown Asterisk Release. Summer 2007. The Mana series has floundered a bit in recent years, but Square Enix and developer Brownie Brown will attempt to reinvigorate the long-running franchise by taking it in a whole new direction. Heroes of Mana eschews the traditional action role-playing of its predecessors in favor of real-time strategy.
Oh, it's an RTS?
With a small party of heroes, each of whom
maybe that's why people don't talk about it.
Items RPG style, but the rest of your army consists of monsters that you'll summon on the battlefield. You start by creating...
oh, there's a star for us waiting in the sky. Trump says he can do it with Elon Musk by his side.
You can begin producing units for war. There are numerous kinds of resources, and each one allows for the creation of unique units, so you have to decide which ones to prioritize. The flow of the game's pretty similar to that of your typical RTS, but the distinct Mana flavor certainly helps set it apart.
They made a Secret of Mana RTS.
And one wonders why we haven't seen more DS entries in this 7 genre.
Thanks for the GGs.
Select your forces and move them around the battlefield is a breeze, and you can group units together by simply drawing a circle around them. Additionally,
oh, that actually sounds pretty fun. Also something I'd probably want to play on real hardware.
Select any off-screen units, as well as monitor their status. The icon's color changes gradually as the unit...
I might need to get, like,
TJ as expected from a Square Enix
okay, am I crazy, or did, like, the DSIs and the DSi XLs have better screens than the 3DS? Because I have a 2DS XL, and I don't remember the screen being this washed out on the DSi. I also feel like the DSi XL had a bigger screen.
Who composed the music for Kingdom Hearts IL and Super Mario RPG, may set a new standard for the DS. 8. The game will also offer Wi-Fi support, though Square Enix isn't talking specifics just yet. Here's hoping for some full-fledged online free warfare. Steve T.
We've got... What is this? Cooking Mama Cook-Off! This is a Wii game, apparently. I didn't know they made Cooking Mama games for consoles. You have a brick 2DS, it was cheap.
Publisher, Majesco developer, Office Create * release, Spring 2007. Are you still hungry?
About Trump under the blade.
Cooking Mama on DS was just the first serving.
B. Schneider would be happy to write it.
Spring, it's time to dish up the second course in the Wii exclusive sequel, Cooking Mama Cook-Off. For the most part, Cook-Off sticks to the same winning formula as its excellent predecessor. You engage in a variety of food-based mini-games, sort of like a hunger-inducing WarioWare, but it spices things up with new recipes, new modes, and, most importantly, completely reinvented controls. While the first Cooking Mama primarily revolved around variations on pointing, tapping, and dragging, the freedom of the Wii Remote opens up the gameplay possibilities with activities that recreate the actual actions you'd perform while cooking, yet keeps the tasks fun. Instead of tapping the screen to chop vegetables, for example, in Cook-Off you make an up and down chopping motion with the remote, and in place of dragging a switch to adjust temperature, you actually twist your wrist as if you were turning the knob on your stove. Though there is some pointing and clicking, usually when you're adding ingredients to a mix
that
or
sounds like
arranging items
hell.
on a plate, most
Knowing
of the
it,
actions
oh my
you
god,
perform are
so
tailor-made for Wii. You'll hold
any
the
game
remote
that
vertically
requires
and make a
precise
circular motion to
movement
stir
controls
stew.
was
You'll tilt
not...
it to the side to
Even
pour
the
batter. You'll
Wii
thrust
Motion
it toward
Plus
and
didn't
away
really
from you
help
to
all too
simulate
much.
shaking a pan of stir fry. You'll move it up
It was
and down
better,
to mash
but not
tomatoes
by
into
that
sauce,
much.
and you'll spin it like a crank to grind meat. In addition to the new controls, Cook-Off offers a much more diverse menu than its precursor. The delicacies this time out include dishes both new and old from 10 countries, such as fish and chips, England, fettuccine, Italy, sausage, Germany, sushi, Japan, chow mein, China, borscht, Russia, paella, Spain, curry, India, brochette, France, and hot dogs and hamburgers from the good old US of A. There are 55 recipes total, and the menu isn't limited to just entrees. Desserts like pudding, cream puffs, and cake are also featured. Although the Let's Cook mode, a freeform mode where you attempt to cook whatever dish you desire, and PE unlock new recipes with each success, isn't much different from what / was offered on DS, Cook-Off Intro / Duces versus Competition.
Also, it did have a specific DS
In the
version as well.
friends and food modes, you can play split screen against either human or CPU opponents to see who's the true master chef, and doing well against computer-controlled friends even rewards you with gifts for your virtual kitchen. Cooking Mama Cook-Off has all the ingredients for sleeper success. Chris H _=
Alright, how about this game?
Borgar.
Agreed. You're damn right, Borgar.
Platform, Wii * publisher, Midway developer, Midway * release, April 2007. Ever since Armageddon launched for the Xbox and PS2 late last year, the developers
Please
of the
rise for the
well-received
Pepsi-backed
title
national
have been
anthem.
working on one thing, Wii Remote functionality. And from what we've seen of the game in action, it's been time well spent. Every special move, combo, and Fatality has a Wii gesture. To use Scorpion's notorious chain attack, you quickly flick the Wii remote left then right. To perform fatalities, you use a pattern of single strokes to finish off your enemy with conviction. Armageddon's new non-fighting modes utilize the Wii remote too. For example, in the kart racing game, you can sideswipe your opponents into obstacles.
Oh shit, there's a kart racing game?
Controller. In addition to the anticipated control scheme, the Wii version will feature a couple of other console exclusives. You'll be able to play in endurance mode, where you try to survive a string of enemies, and your health doesn't refill. The developers won't deny that there may be an exclusive hidden character or two to add to the 60-plus playable fighters. Chris S.
Oh man. LCX, yes, damn right. There's the Pepsi bet. LCX made me a Pepsi bet, a new Pepsi bet model, and it's a 3D model, so I'm gonna have mocap enabled by Tuesday. I should have that. I want to talk LCX. I want to remind me after the stream. I want to talk to you about like making some more 3D models so that I can kind of fully convert to the 3D mocap lifestyle. Because I tried it and it works pretty well. But definitely, I think you would have to like create like a new Shota model, because like my thoughts on like, oh, just convert everything to 3D like the way that it is, it's not gonna look good because it was designed with 2D in mind, and a lot of the avatars kind of have like this intentionally very retro look, which isn't going to translate well to 3D. So we would have to kind of discuss something. Alright, how about this? Ooh, Dragon Quest Crystal. I've been playing this game again lately. It's a game. It's a good game, but it's a cruel mistress.
Platform, Wii, AL0 on GCN, DS, GBA, Publisher, Ubisoft Asterisk Developer, Ubisoft Montreal Release, March 2007. We gave you a heaping helping of Turtle in last month's preview, but because the Wii version of Ubisoft's multi-platform monster was still inside its shell at press time, we made a special trip back to the sewers to get the goods on motion-controlled martial arts.
Oh no!
Like its GameCube brother, TMNT for Wii zips along like
oh
Prince of
no!
Persia
They added
cups
motion
of coffee,
controls to it.
Thanks to the nimble game engine developed for Ubisoft's hit swashbuckling franchise. TMNT dunks pops tricky puzzles for stripped-down platforming speed trials, sandwiched, of course, between nasty brawls in the sewers and on the rooftops of NYC, and, occasionally, in the South American jungle. It's during the fights that the Wii's special controls come into play. You'll tilt and swing the Wii remote to deliver beatdowns with your turtle-specific weapon, and use the nunchuck to execute powerful reptilian
maybe that could work.
kicks. To execute super family attacks, which involve two turtles acting together, you'll need to move the Wii remote and Wii's nunchuck controller in unison. Drew W.
I can see that working. Potentially. How about this? I actually do kind of like that. I initially didn't want to do like magazines like this because, you know, they aren't going to like tell you if the game is bad or not. But also, Maybe I don't want them to. Maybe I just want to make my own opinion. Like, tell me the facts, tell me what the game is, try and sell it to me, and if the sales pitch works, I'll buy it. If not, I won't.
King of Clubs, Tiger Woods PCU platform.
Let's
The
go.
Asterisk publisher, Electronic Arts developer, Electronic Arts Asterisk release. March 2007. The realistic swinging motion of Wii Sports Golf mixed with the real-life courses and stars of the Tiger Woods PGA Tour Series has intrigued golf game fans ever since EA announced that the Series 07 iteration would come to Wii. The anticipation is especially high since the Tiger Woods games are known for their intuitive golf swing matching controls. Our hands-on demo of the title has
I mean, wouldn't this
confirmed
just
that it will
be
deliver
Wii
the
Golf
most
then,
fully
just with
realized golfing experience of any
Tiger
game to
Woods?
date.
Maybe that's all
To
you
swing,
need.
you hold the remote in your dominant hand, press the B button to grip the club, then pull back and swing forward. Your Tour Pro mimics your motions and sends the ball flying. The main
So yeah, it
difference
is just
between the
Wii
Wii
Golf.
Sports Swing and the PGA Tour Swing is that you don't have to stand to play PGA Tour. You begin by holding the Wii remote as you would a television remote, outstretched and parallel to the
Oh.
ground. If you're right-handed, you pull back to your right, keeping the remote level, then swing forward. The speed of the motion and the extent to which you pull back determines the power of the swing.
Actually, that is kind of
If you
innovative.
twist the remote, you'll trigger a draw or a fade. Before you swing, you can take
And you can play
practice
with a
cuts
beer in
and
one
observe
hand.
a meter to make sure you're using the right amount of power. To push the realism even further, the sound of your club slicing through the air and its impact with the ball play from the remote's built-in speaker. For golfers who would rather use the series' traditional shot stick method, nunchuck-style control is also available. Every new game in the PGA Tour Series brings adjustments
Ooh, and it
to
has
the play
controller
mechanics.
support. That's not
The
bad.
07
Well,
version
nunchuck
makes aiming
support,
more
but-
realistic by replacing the pinpoint aiming cursor with a circle that can span the fairway and spill over into the rough, depending on the accuracy of your golfer. The game also uses the putting grid system that was employed in the 06 version after years of a simpler but less realistic caddy tip system. Tiger Challenge mode lets you take on the game's pro golfers, including addition on Renstam on 18 championship courses, among them Aviara in San Diego, The Falls in Las Vegas, and Pasatiempo in Santa Cruz. The mode's events include both traditional golf rounds and arcade-style games that test your golf swing accuracy. The PGA Tour season format lets
Nice
you join
shot.
the tour for a 5-year span and increase your golfer's stats by pulling off great shots rather than purchasing stats with your earnings. Your cash goes to the acquisition of an unprecedented number of licensed clothing items, clubs, and golf balls. Widescreen support at 480p rounds out a polished pro game. George S.
There we go. Actually, that does sound pretty cool and innovative. It actually does sort of expand on the Wii control layout. Or the Wii Golf sort of formula.
Developer, Spike Asterisk release, Spring 2007. Bugs are vile, terrifying little creatures, but when they're 8 feet tall, they're kind of funny. Such is the premise
No,
of Escape
no,
from
they are
Bug
more
Island,
terrifying
a
if they are 8 feet
movie-inspired
tall.
Thriller, and Wii's first M-rated title, Bug Island, follows the story of Ray as he finds himself alone on a mysterious island full of mutant bugs. Ray must fight the creepy crawlies with sticks, swords, rocks.
Oh, this actually
guns,
seems like it might be
whatever
sick.
he can get his hands
I
on.
might have...
Combat, from aiming guns to swinging swords, is all mapped to the Wii remote, while the nunchuck controls Ray's movement. Because the Japanese version, called Necronesia, launched to less than stellar reviews, publisher Eidos has made significant changes to the North American release in hopes of addressing the criticisms from across the sea.
That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign if, like...
weapon switching,
that's not a good sign if the Japanese version got less than stellar reviews. Like, yeah, in Japan, everybody hated it, so here we're gonna cram it full of bullshit to distract you from the fact that it's a not very good game. That's not a very promising thing. I don't know, maybe it's better, but... I don't know, that tells me that it's not actually particularly good. Also by the fact that nobody's ever heard of it, but,
Fluid Platform, We Asterisk Publisher, Ignition Entertainment Developer, Ignition Banbury Asterisk Release, April 2007. You think that a blob of Mercury Asterisk wouldn't have a care in the world, but in Mercury Meltdown Revolution, everything's out to stop your ball of molten metal. Color-coded gates block your path, slanted ramps and mechanical contraptions threaten to send you careening off ledges, seesaws and moving platforms upset your balance. Magnets propel you against your will, sharp points split your blob in two, and heating and cooling devices affect the Mercury's movement and consistency. Reaching the exits in the game's 150-plus maze-like levels is no easy task, especially when you're racing to collect bonus icons and beat the clock. The controls are ideally suited to Wii, as in Super Monkey Ball. You simply tilt the remote
so it's a Monkey
in any
Ball
direction
clone.
to cause the game environment to
I think they kind of
respond
ran out of
accordingly.
ideas of what to
If
do
you
with the
tire of
system pretty
challenging
early
the game's
on.
8 themed worlds, including
And
the
that
Bio
did
Lab,
not really
Electro Lab,
solve
Atom Lab,
itself
and Aero Lab,
particularly
you can
fast.
compete for high scores in 5 unlockable party games. Chris H.
Like, even Nintendo kind of, like, lost the mold with the Wii after a while. It's just like, I don't know, fuck it. Play chess, I guess. Use the Wii remote to play the trumpet, I guess. Alright. Actually, make sure I didn't miss something. What is this? Oh, Evolution Soccer 2007. Let's see. How about this? What is this?
ELE Ball WHA 655 GRR Lark. Who are the people in your neighborhood? One of the development team's goals is to give the town a strong sense of place and use the characters for clearly defined parts. Hunix cites the Sesame Street song, Who Are the People in Your Neighborhood, as an inspiration. One day, maybe they would meet the mailman. On the show, Hunix recollects. He would stop by and he'd have a big mustache and say something like, I'm the mailman.
What
Deliver
the
the mail.
fuck is this?
Mail is important for all these
It's the
reasons.
Pringles Man!
I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. So for a long time I've been thinking, well, who are the people in my neighborhood?
Why is my mailman the Pringles guy?
In the game, they should inspire you to explore and find out who they are, discover who lives in this town. The occupations, likes, and dislikes of the townspeople
No,
determine
I'm
how they
diabetic.
will react
I can't
to your
eat Pringles.
character and
Stop
what
sending
types
me
of
Pringles.
favors they'll ask of you. The Italian chef, for example, will ask
Oh,
for
that's the
pizza
Pringles
oven.
guy, probably, is the chef.
Once that goal is completed, He'll ask for more things that relate to his character traits and give you more control over what his restaurant looks like and how it operates.
Oh man, the Pringles restaurant. I'm gonna go there. I tried... Okay. Last night, tried a Mr. Beast burger. So, for those who don't know, Mr. Beast, mega... I believe he is the most subscribed to person now on YouTube. He's got, what is it, like 20 million subscribers, something like that. And he's massive, so much so that he's opened up his own chain of restaurants. And I DoorDashed it. The burger was actually pretty decent. I would say kind of like Five Guys quality, but cheaper. And the fries were pretty alright too. Kind of soggy, but that happens when you DoorDash. It is silly, yeah. And I probably wouldn't order it again, but, like, the food is fairly decent. That's the fucked up thing, is, like, so Mr. Beast, there's, like, so much Mr. Beast branded shit now. Like, you can buy a chocolate bar by Mr. Beast called Mr. Beast's D's Nuts Bar. And the fucked up thing is, I've heard it's actually really good. That's, like, the insane part. It's just, like, you try, like, like, some famous YouTuber slapped his name on a chocolate bar. No, apparently it's, like, actually kind of quality. And, like, the burger was fairly decent. It's, like, I would say, like, higher quality than, like, a McDonald's burger. Not, like... It's, like, somewhere between, like, a McDonald's burger and, like, something that you could just, like, grill yourself. Like, if you grilled the burger and, like, made it yourself, you can buy, like, decent, high-quality meat, and it's gonna be better. But for, like, a fast food burger, and it wasn't super expensive. It was... I think it was $20, maybe, with, like, you know, tax and service fees and shit. So it was like $16 for the entire meal. Really? Russ from Retro Game Core got his first fortune from writing a cookbook. I did not know that. Cooking tofu and cabbage stir-fry with carrots right now. Cool. That actually sounds pretty... yummy. I'm not really a cabbage person. Actually, I'm not really a tofu person. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if I would like that. I want a stir-fry, though. Like maybe with, like a stir-fry, like, possibly a chicken stir-fry with, like... Oh, what am I thinking of? Fucking, like... I don't remember. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Yeah, like a chicken stir-fry. That would be nice. Chicken and veggie stir-fry. You understand it's mediocre compared to Burger King and McDonald's. Wait. It's mediocre compared to Burger King and McDonald's. I would say it's better. I would say it's comparable more so to Five Guys, but it's cheaper. It'll taste great with barbecue sauce. Okay. I've never really been, like, a big tofu guy. Maybe I've never had good tofu, but I've never liked it, personally. That's probably because I'm a big, muscly-armed American who only eats burgers and steaks, but I've never liked tofu. It's not even like I don't, like eating my vegetables. I do. I like green beans are really good. Sometimes if I'm in the mood and I just, kind of feel like shit, I'll just be like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make myself a nice salad. Like with spinach, I prefer, spinach to, a lot of salads, if you go to a restaurant and you order a salad, 9 times out of 10 they'll have iceberg lettuce. Iceberg lettuce is shit. Make yourself a spinach salad, maybe, get, some baby carrots, chop them up, croutons. I usually prefer kind of, a light salad dressing. I don't like ranch, because, I don't know, ranch is, so thick and kind of fatty that it almost feels like it, defeats the purpose. I would say, a vinaigrette dressing or Italian or something like that. That's what I would prefer. My dad actually, makes Italian dressing, and it's really good. He, home makes it. Try tofu hot pot. Okay. Veggies plus tofu, put them all in a pot of boiling water. Okay. Just use Thousand Island mayo ketchup. Yeah, you could do that. Like I said, I like lighter dressing. I prefer lighter dressing. But, did I read this bit? I don't think I did.
Sims on the Road, a DS version of My Sims, is also in the works. Whereas the Wii title takes place in a small town on the rise, the setting for the DS game is a vacation resort that needs your help to bring in visitors.
Oh, hell yeah.
In addition to socializing with other characters and performing
Let's woohoo
tasks
all
that
over the
work
roller
toward your
coasters.
tourist
That's all I
attraction
know about
goals,
The Sims,
you're
by the
invited
way, is
to
woohooing.
participate in a collection of mini-games that utilize the DS's touchscreen and microphone. The one diversion that the team is ready to talk about is a fishing game, and the others will center on similar leisure time activities. In the main game, the lower screen displays
Vinegar,
the
salt,
environment,
sugar.
while the upper screen shows the day of the week and
maybe.
time of day. Keep watching Nintendo Power for more details, including news about possible wireless functionality.
Aw, shit. Yeah, I mean, the Sims games were popular. Never something I got into, but I know people who did.
Extreme Makeover, though townspeople look like you'd expect, considering their vocations, the way that your character looks reflects your personal taste. The character customization option lets you change your little person's hair, eyes, mouth, clothing, and other
So it's a character creator. It's a character creator they slapped a license onto.
Laterno explains that the team decided to have players cycle through different looks on the character models rather than choose styles from a list because not knowing what the next click will show brings entertaining results. There's an element of surprise to it.
I feel like that was just
thing
cheaper
that you
to
don't get if
implement
you're picking
and
from a catalog.
do.
Keep waiting to get bored by just pushing buttons, but never do. A randomizing button changes all characteristics at once, which triggered elated giggles from the team during a game demo.
Oh, they are
Art
trying
director
so
Terry
hard to
Smith
sell this
confesses that the
absolutely piece of shit
unpredictability
game.
player tastes wreaks havoc on
Obviously,
his
piece of
artistic
shit game. I
sensibilities,
love it.
but he's glad to offer lots of options. You are trained to use your eye to make things that work together, says Smith. But you have to say if the player wants to make it ugly, they can make it ugly. If they want to put paisley and plaid and polka dots together, you have to let them do that. B000 Foos.
That game sounds like an absolute fucking travesty. Let's go. How about Around the Block? What is this?
Around the block building places for Sims to live has always been a big part of the series.
More about Sims.
In My Sims, buildings come together faster than ever before thanks to a streamlined process that lets you pick up and place pieces of buildings, starting with blocks of different sizes and shapes. If you want to construct a small two-story building, for example, you move one square block to the middle of a grid, then drop another one on top of it. Point at each block and press B to cycle through textures and colors. Select a roof and place it on top of the structure, then put windows, doors, signs, and other features onto snapping points on the walls. The whole process could take just a few seconds. But you can take your time to make it exactly how you want it. Developing objects and furniture is just as easy as creating buildings. When you're constructing the chef's pizza oven, for instance, you start with an outline of the oven's shape and place blocks to fill it in. Once your creation satisfies the object's basic shape requirements, a feature that identifies the object appears on the surface. In the case of the pizza oven, that feature is the opening into which the chef places his own creations. You can continue to customize
Can I play as the Pringles man in the Sims game?
Then put it in its place.
All games should have the Pringles man now, I've decided.
JR Live Your Life 3. There's a lot of talk among the members of the 43 My Sims team about open-ended creation versus linear task-based gameplay. Creativity is a really scary A4 experience for some people because it is that thing of I don't want to do it wrong, don't want to mess it up, says Hunit. The game will ease you into the world, set up a story, and give you freedom to create things gradually as events unfold.
Yeah,
The
that's
backstory
probably
is
the
that
right
you're
way
moving
to
back
do
this
things.
town where your grandparents live, explains producer Shannon
Nintendo games
It's kind of
are
run
pretty
down,
good at
so
kind
the
of
mayor
like
wants you to help bring it
slowly
back to a
opening up
flourishing,
options
happy,
for you.
vibrant
Like
town
Animal
again.
Crossing is pretty good about
You
that.
accomplish your goals by interacting with prospective newcomers
And yet,
doing
like, I feel like
favors for
Animal
them,
Crossing
such
still
as
kind of
making a mystery
overwhelms
cabinet
me.
for the
I
town's
don't know.
magician,
I've never
so they
really,
will settle in. The more you get to
just
know the
never
people,
really liked
the
these
more you'll
kinds of
be able to
games.
create things that conform to their interests by using what the team calls essences, themed textures, and item types that add personal flair. Characters reward you with more building materials that allow you to stretch your creativity and put your stamp on the town. I think that the magic is that you make stuff, and you use it in the world, says Laterno. And you can point to it and say, here's what did.
Didn't work, presumably. Alright, get the scoop.
Get the scoop.
Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Oh, it is. Get the scoop. I think that's what Elle had to do, for her cats.
Way to read a story is to hold the B button, then move the Wii remote in the direction you want to read. You can control the scrolling speed by moving the on-screen.
Oh, shit. What is this? Just the news channel?
If you haven't become a Fool and Wii News junkie yet, then you probably aren't making the most of the news channel's flexible interface. Within the news channel,
It just
you can
has like a
navigate
couple of
by clicking
headlines, does it?
function
Or
bars at the top and bottom of the screen, but most of the functions are also mapped to the Wii remote. The best.
I think I remember the news channel was just like a couple of like the big news stories of the day, like 4 or 5 of them, and you could read them on your Wii. It's kind of interesting. There are like services that allow the news channel to still be active, so you can get like modern news stories on the Wii and remember that, oh yeah, life is depressing.
Way to read a story is to hold the B button, then move the Wii remote in the direction you want to read. You can control the scrolling speed by moving the on-screen B icon up and down.
Oh, you have to like click and drag it? That's stupid.
Zoom in and out on the text with the plus and buttons. Move between stories by pressing left or right on. Sing and impressively bouncing back from say one portion of Mare Baguio after you select a story, click on the You can move the globe to select ST the control pad, and underline to sections of a story by pressing RA the 1 button. The last function UV is a handy tool when you need. The control pad, and underline to point out a factual IR sections of a story by pressing RACI in a review of the 1 button. The last function, Uva Bowl Film, is a handy tool when you need.
I don't know what that's supposed to be. I guess just read the thing about the virtual console. Kind of just seemed like it stopped there.
Iltraduro Platform, NES Publisher, Nintendo Genre, Racing Original Release, 1985. What? The Protoracer on the NES challenges you to pick a lane in a hurry, grab big air-off jumps, and land with 2 wheels square. Why? The sense of speed and high-flying acrobatics.
Excitebike is an
unmatched for the
okay
NES
game.
era.
It just doesn't
5
really have
tracks
too
and a
much in
track
terms of
building tool add
gameplay.
depth.
It's fun for like 5 minutes, and then you quickly turn it off and play literally anything else.
Playtron, NES publisher, Nintendo genre, action original release, 1985. While the camera scrolls up one of 32 mountains, you break ice, avoid polar bears, and forge on to solid ground. Why? It's not easy, but claiming the prize at the peak gives you a sense of accomplishment that is well worth the journey up the mountain.
Ice Climber. If you liked Castlevania, but just thought that the controls had way too much control, play Ice Climber. I don't know. I have a soft spot for Ice Climber. It's not the best game ever made or anything, but I'll go to bat for it. How about, what is this? Kid Icarus? I've never liked Kid Icarus. I just find it to be a very boring game. Apparently, if you get further in it, it's better, but it just seems like kind of a boring game to me.
AWGJ Icarus platform, NES publisher, Nintendo genre, platformer original release, 1987. Intelligent Systems is Metroid-ish, vertically scrolling.
Was that Intelligent
Mythology-themed
Systems?
Platformer/shooter
Kid Icarus was the
style
same people
now
who did
a rising
Advance
star
War?
on the Super
Probably
Smash
Famicom
Brothers
Wars?
scene.
Okay, fair enough.
Why? Maybe, just maybe, if the virtual console release of this game can generate enough downloads, it will convince the powers that be to sign off on a sequel.
Well, they did. It was Kid Icarus Uprising, which is a game that's interesting, but controls very weirdly. It kind of requires you to use the touchscreen to move. And it's a weird mechanic because it literally shipped with the, fucking... What is that? The thing. The second thumbstick on the 3DS. And yet, like, the only thing that it does is just mirror what the left stick does.
Platform, NES publisher, Nintendo genre,
Kirby's
action
Adventure.
original release, 1993. Kirby's console
Never been a
debut
huge Kirby
has the
fan.
transforming hero battling King Dedede and gathering the 7 scattered pieces of the Star Rod. Why? The character's ability to take on the skills of foes that he consumes is a clever twist on power-up collection.
Oh my god, Legend of Kage, let's fucking go. This game is turbo jank, and Nintendo was charging $5 fucking for it.
The Legend of Kage platform,
There was an agony
NES
and an
publisher,
ecstasy.
title
People
genre,
want
action original
Nintendo to
release,
go back to this
1987.
model.
Battle
I'm saying
Testing,
if they
Princess
did
Stealing
that,
Ninjas
then
amid
nobody
huge trees in
would
this
play
adaptation of
games
an
like
arcade
Legend of
classic.
Kage.
Why? You've seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon 253 times, and you love to float around in the treetops? Wuxia style equals when you fight bad guys.
It's better to just
Too bad the trees look a lot
make
like
them
green
pay
smokestacks.
$50 a year. But yeah, Legend of Kage, it's a decent game, but it is turbo jank. It has this integral mechanic where you jump and it like scrolls the screen up, so like every single jump that you make is a leap of faith, because the sprites are like bigger than average for an NES game, And the levels are really big. And as a result, you jump like 1,000,000 feet in the air, and you can't actually see where you're jumping to or what's going to be on the other side. It's just a mega jank game. There's no bottomless pits, right, but, like... Still, it's just... I don't know. There are people who will defend Legend of Kage. I'm not one of them. You and me! Oh my. Presumably, teaching you how to make certain Miis. That was always fun. Like, you could create, like, your parents, you could do, like, celebrities, fictional characters. 9 times out of 10, they didn't actually look like the thing they were supposed to look like, because the Mii creator was very limited, but, it was an earnest attempt, and sometimes you could have some surprisingly decent results.
Some people were born to be Miis. Bruce's chin is his most obvious feature, but by paying attention to the little details, I've turned a funny caricature into a sensitive portrait. Well, a sensitive portrait that makes me giggle uncontrollably. Heidi Elaine 2, Bubba Hotep.
Bubba Hotep, let's go. That's a cool movie, Bubba Hotep. Okay, so these are just like some people... yeah. That's the default Mii. What are you on about? Chin. That's just the default Mii. You can't lie to me. I don't know who that is. Eyes. Oh, eyes and eyebrows. Okay, yeah. And then it's... yeah, that's how you make... whoever that is. Whatever staff or editor that is. And it looks a little bit like that. It's like that, but with a very elongated chin. Your Mii totally looks like Nagi. I don't know, can you do... I don't know, I'd have to... You could probably do a Nagi Mii. I could probably do that. I will say, though, the Tamagotchi Life Mii makers vastly improved over what we had, like, 20 years ago. I mean, obviously, it would be, but, like... yeah, like, the Mii maker in, like, the new Tamagotchi Life is pretty sick. Alright, how about... who is that? Leon S. Kennedy. Okay. Oh, that's Bruce Campbell, I see. Actually, yeah, it kind of does look like that. It kind of does look like Bruce Campbell. Anyway, who is Leon S. Kennedy? I don't know who that is. Sometimes making a good Mii is all about capturing... okay, well, I guess Leon S. Kennedy. Does it look like her? No, it does not look like her at all. Resident Evil 2? Okay. How about Geneva Wally? I don't know who that is. Is that... Looks like a Final Fantasy character or something. Does it look like her? A little bit. Oh, Leon. Okay, yeah. Also Resident Evil 4 and... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess also from Resident Evil. So it's just Bruce Campbell and 2 guys from Resident Evil? Or 1 guy, 1 girl? What's this?
Ever since the advent of the polygon, 2D and 3D have been embroiled in a bitter struggle for the hearts of gamers. But Super Paper Mario has finally found a way for these 2 rival viewpoints to work together.
So what is this? Oh, Super Paper Mario. I see. Guys, I've wanted to stream Super Paper Mario since I started this channel. I'm gonna do it one day. That is a threat. That is a threat and a promise. Who dis? What dis? New phone, who dis? Oh, okay. That's her. Okay. I gotta get, Opera browser, because I like the idea of, like, the tab islands, where you can kind of, like, group, like, different kinds related tabs together. That would, like, really, organize. Because I have a bunch of pinned tabs that I, like, use, like, a few, like, websites that I use very frequently. Hello, Orc. Edge can do that? Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that then. But yeah, I love Super Paper Mario. It is my favorite Paper Mario game. I say as someone who has never played Thousand Year Door, but... having never played Thousand Year Door, it's between this and Paper Mario is a good game, but I prefer Super Paper Mario. Like, look at that! Like, you're, like, fighting a giant blooper, and... Oh man, I love Super Paper Mario. I love the humor in Super Paper Mario. I love, like, just everything about this game. Apart from the one level, and if you've ever played Super Paper Mario, you know what level I'm talking about. The one where you have to, like, where you break a vase and you have to, like, do manual labor to pay off a debt. Honestly, just go online, look up the password that's needed, get the fairy you need, and then, like, open up the vault and you can skip all the manual labor bullshit. Alright, bye. Good night, Orc. What is this? The summer experience. Okay. Oh, ESPN. Okay. DigiPen. Oh, yeah, I know what that is. I know who that is. Alien Invasion. Actually, wait, no, never mind. It looks like Alien Invasion because of the way it's set up. Just invaded by some random guy named Alan. Yeah, just get a job if you want to do manual labor. What do you mean? You could do manual labor in Minecraft and not get paid for it. Kids love doing that for some fucking reason. They love games where you do work and don't get paid for it. That's why farming sims are huge for some reason.
SL, no, PM not at a retro arcade, nor is this a flashback to 1987. +9, in PM visiting Sega of America, sitting among the company's genuinely giddy PR reps as Ray they unveil a brand new Alien Syndrome, a fresh take on the arcade classic.
Oh, that game
Old
looks
school
sick as
NI
fuck.
gamers remember Alien Syndrome as the game that blazed the trail for many of the UART shooters we know and love today. But unlike so many other franchises of the era, Alien
I would say it's more
Syndrome
Gauntlet,
has remained
but Alien
silent for
Syndrome, I
20
guess,
years.
too.
Well, no longer. Sega means to not only resurrect the title, but to transform it into an action RPG for Wii. Join us for a hands-on tour through the game's reimagined world. See.
Honestly, this game does look really sick. I'm gonna have to play it.
Fans will be glad to know that the arcade action of the original Alien Syndrome is alive and well in the new game. The Wii title is a sequel of sorts, boasting an entirely original story fronted by a new character, Aileen. The heroine's adventure begins as she investigates a distress call issued by a space station, only to find that aliens have overrun the place. It's up to her to clean up the mess and find out what went wrong. If you remember. At the original, there are some references to it, explains producer Andy Alamano after Site ING mentions of Ricky and Mary, the original game's heroes, in the dialogue. But you don't have to know what happened in the first one. 5. While the original had only a scantily developed plot, the Wii game fleshes out a complete story.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the original
and
barely had a
voiced-over
plot to
dialogue.
begin with.
The T-story is further supported by our stylishly illustrated stills. Between levels. The style we're going for is a kind of science fiction novel cover, says Alamano. So there's these really cool painted cutscenes, and they tell the story as you go through the game. The story, though more elaborate than the originals, is only icing on the cake. Alien Syndrome is an action RPG, emphasis on the action. It's all about upgrading weapons and laying waste to hordes of JVTIA. Relive the vintage mayhem while playing with loads of 3 new elements. You'll mow down aliens using long-range weapons such as lasers, machine guns, and flamethrowers, plus short-range electrostaffs. The game boasts more than 30 levels, including boss levels, introduces tons of new enemies and mini-bosses.
Also, hello, Renee, if I never said hi.
20+ hours of play. All that without your having to insert a single coin.
Yeah, this game actually looks kind of sick.
Alien Syndrome may appear to be an ordinary action RPG, but it becomes much more once you get the Wii Remote and Nunchuck in your
I'm sorry,
hands.
RPG?
In fact, the controls are so unique and intuitive that we found them to be the game's most impressive feature. Usually controls are an obstruction to gameplay, to a certain extent,
What?
says product manager John Coughlin. If you don't notice the controls, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
This philosophy couldn't be more apparent. You'll move Aileen naturally using the nunchuck's analog stick, and you'll use the Wii Remote as your weapon. With a long-range weapon equipped, pointing the remote controls an on-screen reticle that indicates the direction in which you'll fire. Much like in a first-person shooter,
Wait.
your character movement is isolated from your
I'm
weapon
sorry, you
movement,
have
so
to
you can
use
run
the
in one
Wii to
direction
point in the
and fire
direction
in
you want to
another.
fire? That sounds
The
like
concept
shit.
isn't new for a
That's a
top-down
horrible idea.
action RPG, but the Wii Remote adds a whole new level of depth, allowing you to control how far you'll fire with certain weapons. If you have a grenade launcher equipped, for instance, the distance of
Oh my god. So you have to use pointer controls to aim your gun. That's stupid. It's like that shit in Mario Galaxy 2. I hated it. I might have to buy the, Well, I say that. I think there might be mods you can get for, like, Mario Galaxy 2 that just remove the motion controls entirely. That would be nice.
the reticle from your character determines how far you'll launch the grenade. You say action RPG, and you think of something in terms of dungeon crawling equals you go up to the enemy, and you press the attack button.
Works pretty
and
well.
they
You
attack,
used to
says
do it all the
Alamano.
time. Have you played this game?
In Alien
Is it any
Syndrome,
good?
Enemies are shooting at you.
It looks pretty
and you
good.
don't
I just don't
stand
like the
there and
idea of,
take
like,
the
you have
hits.
to use the pointer
You're
controls to
moving,
aim.
You're dodging. And now, with the Wii controller, circle strafing is.
And, like, this isn't, like, a first-person shooter or something. That would actually be, like, that actually tends to work pretty well using, like, motion controls to aim. But, like, This is like a third-person game. I don't know about that.
To determine how far YT action RPG, and you think of Eon crawl out the now you press the tab, says Alamano.
Other FPS do it all the time. This isn't an FPS though.
You don't want hits. You're moving, you pause.
This looks like it's third person.
Spy.
Oh no, wait, no, there's some more things here.
Awesome. It's really fun. Sega gives developer Totally Y Games full credit for the unique control scheme. This is the developers' first attempt at doing anything on Wii, and they are super excited, shares Alamano. They're all about this system. The basic features felt solid during TR playthrough, but Alamano assures us that there are even more ideas in the VII works. The team is planning on giving the player control.
I'm gonna have to... You know what? I got my glasses on. Hey, Meta. Is Alien Syndrome on Wii any good? Okay. So it turns out critics are basically confirming what I feared, is that like the controls are super awkward and graphics are poor, but I mean it's a Wii, so Wii games didn't generally look very good. Shut up. Sorry, he's talking to me.
Hold it! Over the camera by simply tilt-tally ing the nunchuck, for instance.
What do I call it when Meta
the idea of assigning Eileen's melee
hallucinates?
to a swing on of the remote rather than the more traditional button press as it was in the version we played. In the end, though, Ring Alamano promised that there will be multiple control configurations so people can play the way they want. 8.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. What?
Work that ball. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
The Ray-Bans did just have like a new update, which made it kind of behave a little bit more like ChatGPT. Like you can have like more natural conversations with it. You can interrupt it if you need to. It's starting to get good.
For those hoping there's a deeper side to the game, Alien Syndrome offers plenty of RPG elements.
Metafiction. Okay, go to your room
now. At
now.
the game's start, you can choose from 5 classes for Alien, Firebug, Seal, Tank, Demolitions Expert, and Sharpshooter. Each class offers its own set of stats and skills, which can be upgraded in a number of interesting ways. Characters are pretty.
Magic on the blacktop. I say this every time the song comes on. I cannot wait to start playing Neo Geo games on Alphacade. That's gonna be so fun to rank.
Customizable, tells Alamano. Even though you ITY start with a base stat, it's a N base stat. You can make that N character into whatever you want. This level of customization is achieved partially by collecting items dropped by felled enemies, and the Buta permanent robot side-out kit that follows Aileen into battle not only fights alongside you, it also serves as
Oh, and you have like an AI that probably doesn't work either? Cool.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that
Your
ball.
hub for buying, selling, trading, and using various items. Alamano spells
It's a
it
shame
out.
that this
You
game
pick up a
apparently
gun that you have
sucks
double
because,
self
like,
or a
if
weapon
it
you
didn't
don't
have the
need,
stupid
you can
motion
give it
controls,
or
it
your
would probably be
robot
really good.
converts it into resource
Well,
points,
I don't know
which
about
are
that, but
basically currency.
it would probably
So
be
you
at least
can
pretty
turn a gun you
fun.
don't want
The
into a gun
RPG
you
elements
do
would
want.
have been
The
pretty
game
nice.
also includes
Magic on the blacktop.
many familiar RPG elements such as puzzles, an overlay, map, random item drops,
Magic on the blacktop.
you and more.
Random item drop.
You'll fight your end way through each level by
I don't think that
clearing
makes it an
rooms and
RPG.
gaining experience points, keeping an eye out for good experience.
Nintendo was just, like,
tend to respawn.
Trying to say
It's a
that
classic action RPG
Nintendo
from
was
the
just
get-go,
trying to,
with
like,
extra challenges
manifest
tacked on for them.
RPGs into existence on their consoles. And I guess it worked after a very long time, because the Switch got some pretty good ones, but... it took them a little while. There were good RPGs on the Wii, just not a lot of them.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop.
And it took them a while.
Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball. Magic on the blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Magic
Little
on the
Witch No
blacktop.
Beta is classified as an RPG now. Fuck.
Work that ball.
I mean, you do play a role. If you want to define any RPG game as a game where you play a role, then every game is an RPG. All games are no better likes, is what I'm saying.
From Alien Syndrome to Alien Syndrome for Wii has elements in
Anything with a
common,
level up
not
system is an
only with the
RPG
arcade
now? Oh,
classic
cool.
It's based on, but with a number of other games as well.
Magic on the blacktop.
But its unique control scheme, the next step in action equals
Honestly, I kind of blame, like,
RPGs
Western
heroes
RPGs
attempt
for really
Alpha
sort of
Flight Blanks
muddying the
11,
water of
Freeze
what
Alien
is and
Syndrome,
isn't considered an
1987,
RPG.
DYS Up-Down Action Games DEE, Robot Run 2084, and Berserk. IBGEOE Alien Syndrome implemented I equals state-of-the-art graphics and LL processing power for 1987 at Plus ER release. Ta helped define the run, TT/Endgun expeditions, complete TT player co-op, and boss battles, TW, Smash TV, 1990, Ho, Smash TV Bit. Up where Ha and Alien Syndrome left off in terms 1G of gameplay, replacing the fire MC button with a second joystick. Plus, 3IA7
Alien
this key
Syndrome
feature
to
allowed
Alien
players
Syndrome.
1
Yeah.
OS to move in one direction and TT, fire in another, further paving EE the way for the modern day. UU first-person shooter, Enoscene JENE scene, B equals Baldur's Gates F equals Dark Alliance, 2001.
Fair enough.
Although not the first action, IW Neo RPG, nor the most important,
Baldur's
CF
Gate.
8% Dark Alliance said it play a big role in defining what action RPG
I gotta play the Baldur's Gate
are real
games.
about. Button mashing, crap load of temps.
Gonna compare it to landmark
1D4,
games like Baldur's
VIO,
Gate and Smash
Alien
TV.
Syndrome, 2007, MTS sci-fi environment and story are
It's
reminiscent
just
of
as
Plus the
innovative
original.
as Smash TV. Well,
Its
Smash TV wasn't
multi-directional
super
control
innovative.
scheme
Baldur's
harks back
Gate
to
certainly
Smash
was.
TV, but with another diamond, shown by way of the
Smash
Wii
TV
remote.
wasn't innovative.
And
It was
its
just
overall
really,
US
really
Air
good.
Force Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance. So
Also an
there it is,
impossible
if
game for
not
Alien
problem pirates.
Syndrome. Impossible Hell game for psychopaths. Speaking of, what the hell is this?
While much of Alien Syndrome is geared
Oh.
toward the hardcore enthusiast, it has something to offer to all gamers, a sweet multiplayer mode. Wii owners can play through the entire story in 4-player co-op, basking in the crazy
Okay, that is
alien
pretty
killing
cool.
frenzy with friends.
And
There's hundreds and hundreds
this
of
game
random
had
drops,
so many cool
armor,
ideas,
weapons,
and then
gear, exclaims
they ruined it with the
Alamana.
controls.
So, when you're playing 4-player, it's gonna be this big race. You kill an enemy, he drops a cool weapon, and everyone's gonna try to race to get the items. And you can drop items and give them to other players as you go.
That's really cool,
We
actually.
didn't get to try the multiplayer mode ourselves, as the game is still early in development. But it promises to be just as deep as the single-player mode, recalling the much-loved co-op.
Maybe they need to remake this game and make the motion controls go away. Honestly, I could say that about, like, almost any Wii game. Like, it would be fine if they didn't have motion controls. That's, like, kind of true of most Wii games.
Drops, armor, weapons, exclaims Alamano. So, rocks, armor, weapons, exclaims Alamano. So, you're playing 4-play gonna be this big race. I am an enemy, he drops a Yeepon, and everyone's try to race to get them. And you can drop items at them to other players 180.
Sounds like
We
a
didn't
typical
get to
MMO.
try.
Yeah, fair enough, but it's still got, like... It's an MMO, but it's got, like, couch co-op. MMOs kind of, like, sort of went against the idea of, like, touch grass, go to a friend's house, and... Granted, I think that was more out of necessity, because Wii's Online was kind of infamously really bad, but...
IEEE gameplay inspired years of a tournament play, and countless T games followed its lead. Its premise had you stepping into the boots of a space marine to TS save humanity from a hostile. Mean takeover long before Halo 5 existed. It's a franchise worthy of revival, and it's primed to be one definitive action RPG for we expect the
We're comparing it to
begin
Halo
this
now? Man, Nintendo... For having, like, the best-selling console, one of the best-selling consoles of all time, they were fucking desperate.
We chat with Alien Syndrome producer Andy Alamano about classic
They
gaming,
really
science
wanted this game
fiction,
to be a
and
thing,
pizza
didn't they?
joints. NP, what led to the decision to
Blaze
revive
and
this
Blade
particular
PS1.
franchise after
I've
such
never
a
heard of
long
that one. I
absence?
guess that also has a similar system. That's pretty cool. Still. Beats that Alien Syndrome did it.
About it. And here we are. It was the combination of a franchise, a gameplay idea, and a console. They all copyright work together. INP, besides the original
Except the
Alien
motion
Syndrome,
controls, they
are there
actively
any
work against
previous
you.
games, or maybe movies
In almost
that
every
had
game
an
they're
influence
implemented
on the
in.
direction?
Unless they're, like, something really
AA,
simple like Wii
Aliens the
Sports.
movie, obviously.
Even then, it kind of
I
works
think that
against
was
you
more of an
a lot of
influence than
times.
the actual original arcade game. Metroid definitely was. In fact, in a lot of the early concepts that Totally Games had, Eileen's Y-suit was all orange. We were like, wow, wonder where you got that idea? NP, what new elements do you think this game brings to the action RPG genre? AA, the number one thing is probably the shooting aspect, the pointer. Don't know how many action RPGs you can circle strafe in. It's the combination of J and action RPG with
How
the
many
history of a
action
classic
RPGs you
arcade
can
game,
circle
so
strafe?
it plays kind of like both. It's a top-down
LCX,
action
name
RPG
like
with
all the 50
stats
billion
and strategy, but the
like
fundamental control and
Western
action
RPGs.
gameplay is all
Like
classic
Oblivion?
Alien
Can't you?
Syndrome.
Could you not circle strafe in Oblivion?
Hillary Games is a dev team that's known for
Yeah, all of them, exactly. Like Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, Skyrim, I guess would come later, but still.
EGNLCT aerial shooters, mostly.
They were
What has the
so
Switch to a
desperate
more
to
adventure-oriented
make this game a
than that?
thing, and it was not.
they're
I
big
never
sci-fi
even...
fans,
I love
and they're
Alien
also
Syndrome,
big
and I didn't even know
RPG
this
fans.
existed.
They wanted to go into the next gen with something different, and they wanted to get on board with doing a classic franchise. They wanted to do a sci-fi action game, and this was their opportunity.
And they
MP,
blew it.
Did anyone that worked on the original Alien Syndrome work on this one? EA, honestly, I'm ashamed to say, don't really know anything about the production of the classic Alien Syndrome. The only thing know about Alien Syndrome in the arcade is that when I was like 9, used to play at a pizza shop with my brother. That's about it. NP, are you guys considering having the original game be unlockable?
That very much
Maybe
inspires
available on
confidence.
Virtual
Oh yeah, I
Console?
was barely familiar with the
Yeah,
source material,
I'm
but
considering
this
it.
game's gonna be great. No.
I'm working with the team to try
You don't
to
have
get
to be
that
familiar with the
happen.
source material to make
No
a good
promises,
Alien System
though.
game. They just
We'd
also
very
didn't
much
do
like
that,
to.
from what I
I'll
understand.
leave it at that. Night PY.
Okay. What do we got here? Fun for the whole family. EA's The Godfather reaches Wii. Oh, wait. Oh, I get it. The family. Okay. Well, the PS2 Godfather game was pretty tight from what I understand. I didn't know this existed on Wii. I'm kind of scared. See how that would turn out, but let's see.
Though last year's Godfather games missed Nintendo consoles, EA's The Godfather Black Hand Edition will come to Wii exclusively this March with even more grit and drama from mid-20th century New York City criminal life than its previous incarnations. The game puts you in the shoes of a made man on the rise, and you'll use both your fists and finesse to
Devs make a
extort
remake
shop
of a
owners,
game they know
influence
nothing
a fan
about
base,
and piss
and
off the
gain an
fan
upper
base who
hand
grew
over
up with that
competing
franchise.
organizations in the name of
Exactly.
the Corleone family. The Wii title adds what senior producer Joel Wade calls an expansion pack worth of new content to EA's original The Godfather, the game release, along with motion-based controls that let you get your hands dirty on the streets of the Big Apple like never before by using the techniques of Don Fanucci's Black Hand Gang.
Like, Chris Pratt at least had, like, the foresight to pretend he knew something about the Mario franchise. This guy's just like, I don't know shit. Which, again, to be fair, you don't have to know about the thing to... You don't have to know about, like, all of the lore in a franchise to, you know, make a good game or do a good job at playing the character. You know, I think that's kind of silly, but also they didn't do that. They made a bad game. They made an uh-oh. They made a whoopsie.
Strong arm when you step into the conference room known as the mattresses, a term from The Godfather that refers to taking physical action. At EA's Redwood Shores headquarters, the first thing you notice is a stuffed horse head, another Godfather reference,
Oh, cool.
propped up on a couch. It's a perfect touch of comfort for a demonstration of the Black Hand edition with the game's producers. A few minutes with the game helps you understand why the producers were chomping at the bit to adapt the title for Wii. The new iteration represents a complete reworking
It's
of
weird
the
how
game's
many
character
times they
animations
tried to
and
make a
control
Godfather
scheme.
game,
The game
considering
began with the types
I'm not
of
really
actions
sure the
players would want to
series lends
perform as a
itself
gangster
well
for
to being
hire
a
while
video
using
game.
the freedom of Wii controls.
And maybe that's why
They
it
created
really
new
only took
animations to
until
support those motions.
like
It's really about letting players feel
2004,
like they're in
2005
control,
for them to
says
actually pull it
executive
off and do
producer
it
Hunter
right.
Smith. The Wii controllers really take it to the next dimension. For hand-to-hand combat, the nunchuck controls your character's left hand while the remote controls his right hand. Holding the Z button lets you lock onto targets, and gestures do the rest. You can grab another mobster by the lapels by reaching out with both hands, headbutt
Okay,
him by
this
pulling
actually,
your
I mean,
hands toward
okay,
your
that
head,
sounds kind of
punch
gimmicky
him by
too,
swinging your
but
arms,
it at
and
least
even toss
makes
him through a
more sense than
window
the
with a
Alien
pushing motion
Syndrome
to
thing
show
they were
him who's
doing.
the boss. The scheme extends to melee weapons and firearms, giving you pinpoint accuracy with your shots. Why New York?
Like, motion controls work in first-person games. Because you can kind of, like, almost, like, play it a little bit like a rail shooter then. But, like, for third-person games, which actually thinking about it, I think this was a third-person game. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like it would be clunky.
Deep underground to go along with the NH control scheme, the Black Hand Edition offers new opportunities to perform Gangster 1 style tasks for the Corleone family and new ways to apply pressure to local businesses as part of the game's protection racket. There are many ways to earn respect, explains creative director Mike Olson. As you apply pressure, the amount of money that a merchant will pay goes up. That is, until the target reaches a breaking point that causes him to fight back. One of the challenges is to figure out what actions, such as a threat of violence or making a mess of the merchant's shop, will cause him to pay his respects. Hashtag the better you are at solving that puzzle, the more your standing in the family will increase.
That's a very long hashtag. Okay. I mean, the PS2 game seems like it's pretty good. I don't know about the Wii and the way that it controls, though.
From Soldier to Dawn, we didn't want to just tell the story of the Godfather in a linear fashion, says Wade. We decided that we could get a richer gaming experience out of it if we put you into the world and let your story intersect with the Godfather story at key moments, but still let you branch out on your own.
Yeah, that's
You
probably
start as a
the
foot
right way to
soldier
do
for the
it.
family,
I gotta play the
working under
PS2
Luca
Godfather
Brasi.
game.
As you perform tasks, you gain respect
I think it
in
was
the
also on.
community
Was
and
it also
work
on
your way up to
Xbox?
associate,
I don't know.
capo,
I'll play the
underboss,
PS2
and
version.
eventually Don, if your ambition stretches that far. Says Smith, the game is about taking over this world, managing the respect system, the economy, and the opposing families. As you immerse yourself in the world, you learn how to influence its inhabitants and keep from going over the edge. That makes the aiming accuracy of the Wii Remote crucial. You can influence a target by shooting his arm or leg, but, as Smith says, you can't extort money from a dead merchant, making kneecaps and elbows good targets. In addition to making money from extortion, you can perform heists, after paying off the police to look the other way, pull off contract hits, hijack trucks, and do favors for others.
And this is still how politics work in...
blackmail for additional illicit activity. The environment is not an exact
Where did this take
replica of
place?
the
Was it New
City
York,
of the
New Jersey? I think it was New
1940s and
Jersey is where The
50s,
Godfather
but
took
many of
place.
the
Yeah, that
street
sounds about
names and
right.
landmarks, such as the Flatiron Building, are authentic. The developers used a city planner to help lay out the world to make it functional and your navigation of the city realistic. Res.
There's never been a better Mario than Chris. I mean, Chris Pratt did an alright job. Like Chris Pratt, he's not like the, it's a me, Mario. He doesn't, like, try to do that, but... I mean, honestly, like, I wouldn't want, like, that voice for an entire 2 hours of a movie anyway. I don't know, my favorite... I don't know, I like, John Leguizamo, but he dead. D-E-D, dead.
Play the Part 1 advantage of playing a character who is new to the Godfather story is the way that you mold his appearance to impact his rise through the ranks of the family. The adventure begins with a character-generating interface that gives you minute control over your gangster's features, including 10 adjustments for his nose alone. As you advance
cool.
through the story, you earn skill points
Can you,
to spend on a variety
can you
of
change the dick
abilities that will
length,
help you
like,
advance.
or penis
The
size,
skills
whatever,
follow
in,
two distinct
like in
paths.
Cyberpunk
The heavy-handed
2077?
route of Sonny Corleone, which increases your gun handling skills among other things.
That's all I know about
or the
Cyberpunk
even-handed
2077,
path
by
of
the way, is you
Tom
can, like,
Hagen,
mess with the
which
penis
develops
size.
your negotiating abilities. The clothing that you choose for your character influences his standing in the world, proving that clothes make the thug. Watch for our game review next issue.
Hey, Meta. Is Godfather on Wii any good? No, not the movie. I mean the Wii game. I know the movie's good. Okay, so it's... I imagine it's the same thing as the PS2 game, just with motion controls, which seem kind of gimmicky, but, I mean, I don't know, if they implement it well, they probably didn't implement it well. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know if you could hear, but apparently The Godfather is a pretty good game. Even on Wii.
Play the Part 1 advantage of playing a character who is new to the Godfather story is the way that you mold his appearance to impact his rise through the ranks of the family. The adventure begins with a character-generating interface that gives you minute control.
Oh yeah, I did. Look at that. Oh shit. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Clash of the Cards. What is this? Clash of the Cards. Oh, it's probably Mega Man Star Force, right?
Oh, you may have played collectible card battling games on Nintendo systems before, but why never anything quite like SNK vs. Capcom Card Fighters DS? Similar to other virtual TCGs,
There's a
you
Tekken
and your
card
opponent,
fighter for the
either
Wonder
human or
Swan.
computer-controlled, square off with customizable 50-card decks.
I don't know if
and
you've ever
attempt to
played that,
defeat
but there
each
is a
other's hit
Tekken
points.
card
But what
battler.
makes Card Fighters DS stand out, aside from its accessible gameplay and intuitive
I do know
touchscreen
about
interface,
this.
is that the
These
cards
seem to
are
be
based on
popular
some of the
for
most
people who
beloved
enjoy these kinds of
characters in all
games.
gaming. By harnessing the warriors from games like Fatal Fury, Street Fighter II, The Last Blade, Resident Evil, Samurai Showdown, Rival Schools, Art of Fighting,
Gambare!
Ghosts and Goblins, and many more, you can create your own card armies based on either the SNK or the Capcom universe, or a combination of both. Prepare for battle by mastering the tactics on the following pages. IOOTEET. On your offensive turn, your main goals are to put character cards onto the play field, the ring, and attack your adversary with any cards that are already active. After you use a card, it's frozen, temporarily unusable, for the remainder of the round, so selecting which cards to attack with and which cards to defend with is a key strategic decision. CCC Field AAA. MSD_. When you're choosing which cards to put into the ring, two of the biggest factors to consider are its BP, battle points, and its HP, hit points.
Sounds like a pretty
BP
standard card
represents a card's
card
attack
battler.
power, and HP represents its defensive strength. Obviously, the more BP and HP a card has, the stronger it is. By tapping the cards in your hand, you can quickly scan each card's statistics to see which ones are the most advantageous. Prepare to attack. If you have an unfrozen card in the ring, you can use it to attack during your offensive turn. If you execute a normal attack, you'll inflict damage equal to the attacking card's BP on a defending card's HP, or, if your opponent has no defense, on his health bar. However, if you perform a fusion attack, you can execute a powerful piercing assault that damages defending cards and almost always
Alright,
depletes your
again,
opponent's
this all
health
sounds
as
very
well.
typical of card
You can
battlers.
unite same-colored
I think a lot
cards
of
to
them kind of
perform
have a
fusion
mechanic
attacks.
kind of like that.
Another tactic you can use during your offensive phase is to use cards for backup. When you back up with a card that's in your hand, you'll sacrifice that card, but its HP will be donated to a damaged card of the same color that's already in the ring. By effectively using backup, you can keep powerful cards in play longer. Call to action equals in addition to character cards. You can use action cards during your offensive turn. Action cards don't have HP or BP, but they can create a variety of effects,
Okay.
such as instantly eliminating an opponent's card of your choosing, sacrificing one of your card's HP to increase its BP, damaging your opponent's health bar directly, unfreezing all frozen cards, letting you draw additional cards, and much more. The goal during your defensive turn is simple. To thwart attacking, you'll need to defend with a card. If Val becomes empty, you'll lose the match. When a defender attacks on each other, If either card's HP is more to be usable again the next round. If not, the card be still worth it to protect your life bar. Of course, if you usually all be frozen when it's time to defend, leaving Counter-Strike your defensive turn is your opportunity to unleash counter cards. Like action cards, counter
Good
cards
Capcom
have
music.
numerous special abilities, such as allowing you to heal, freeze enemy
Very
cards,
appropriate, very timely.
nullify fusion attacks, or force your opponent to discard cards before he can attack. Clever use of counter cards can put a quick end to your enemy's offense. Eremi, Eri Fain. Except for basic attacking
I do
and
like this,
defending,
that it's not
virtually
like
every action in
over
Card
top of a
Fighters
bunch of like
requires the use
really
of force. You needed
flashy
to put character cards in
like
the ring, use
backgrounds
action
and
or
stuff.
counter cards, initiate fusion
One, it
attacks,
helps the
and
reader
back
too.
up
It just
other cards.
it helps the
There are
OCR
5
reader too.
colored
It helps
types
like
of
the
force:
actual reader
red,
kind of
yellow,
read the text.
green, blue, and white. The color, or colors, of force required usually depends on the card you're using. Managing your force is essential for victory, which is why cards with low force cost, such as Axel, Tung Fu Ru, and Blanca, can be very effective in the opening rounds, when force is scarce. There are 3 ways to get force during a match. First, at the beginning of your offensive turn you get 1 white force, along with 1 colored force per card you have in the ring. Since the force you receive corresponds to the colors of the cards in the ring, you may want to build a deck using cards that are predominantly 1 or 2 colors. This will build up more force of that type and thus allow you to bring in your more powerful cards faster. The second way to get force is to sacrifice one of the cards in your hand, particularly a weak card or a high-cost card that you're unable to use effectively. The third way to get force is to manually freeze one of your own cards that's already in the ring, although this renders the card useless until your next turn. ETE 50A J6000. MIL, MJ and IUW character cards are for more than attacking and defending. Many of them AoE SPE POW that can tip the battle in FAT cards and counter cards, special Fia Vita Ray of benefit at IT, TI extra force, and Mike Haga Ishol POW lets you see the card end's hand before a random FF the Ed Fed EADER, YYC, Y.
Okay, I guess that's it.
ERRR Card Fighters DS provides 3 ways to test your card battling skills: Story Mode, Versus Mode, and an unlockable Battle Mode. Playing through the Story Mode is essential to building up your deck. As you fight your way through the 21 levels of the card tower in an attempt to defeat an evil supercomputer, you'll earn cash, win cards and decks, and have the ability to buy booster packs in shops. The Versus mode lets you use the cards you've acquired in Story mode to challenge other human opponents, while the Battle mode allows you to fight previously defeated bosses in exhibition matches. A friendly wager J at opponent. When you compete against another player in a versus match, you can simply fight for fun, or you can equals put it all on the line by betting virtual cash, single equals cards, or entire unopened packs.
Microtransactions.
Don't even think PCP
Yummy.
Battle about cheating. If
Except
you
not
try to
virtual cash.
disconnect while you're X on the losing end of a match, you'll forfeit your wager. Will you score the victory or go down in one humiliating defeat? The outcomes in the cards, dollar card match.
Let's just be glad this game didn't come out 10 years later. You know damn well they would have put gacha mechanics in it. Lunar Legends. Oh, is this the Game Boy Advance game? Oh, no. Wait, Lunar Legacy? What is this? Oh, is this that DS game that everyone hates because you have to blow into the microphone? Alright, Alien Syndrome. Again. They really, really wanted that game to be a thing. Back is, white. Presumably because, like, they wanted you to cut it out and, like, make it a poster. What is this? Grand prize?
Grand prize be the envy of knights and vampire hunters everywhere when you display this framed Lunar Night scene created exclusively for our players poll winner and signed by legendary developers Hideo Kojima and Kensuke Yoshitomo.
Oh my god, Hideo Kojima actually was behind this.
With a custom-designed LK jacket. And top it all off with a copy of Lunar Nights and a Nintendo DS on which to play it.
Magazine posters usually came folded. I see. I have no idea. I guess I need to play Lunar Nights then if Kojima was behind it.
AAD second prize. Look cool and stay toasty wearing the Lunar Nights custom jacket. And with your own copy of Lunar Nights for Nintendo DS, you'll be the talk of the town.
I want to be the talk of the town.
KOTT, the only thing more exclusive than Wii itself is the Nintendo Power Wii T.
Nice. Alright. Sonic the Hedgehog, Ringmaster. This game is ass, allegedly. I think it's kind of just like a downgraded version of Sonic 06. Except, like, it does fix some of the bugs. So it's actually not as bad as Sonic 06, just because it sort of fixes some of the bugs, but also it's more limited, so... Also, that probably makes it better, because, well, if you don't like Sonic 06, there's less of it.
Prize, be sure to keep the 1010ing advanced cons. The long and short of it, you might be able to eke through most levels with some sloppy jumping skills, but if it's gold medals you seek, you better have hops. Jumps come in two varieties. Short jumps can clear low obstacles without scrubbing too much speed, while charged jumps soar higher into the air but at the expense of speed and vulnerability. Where and how you land is just as important as how you got into the air in the first place. Practice the jump cancel, a technique that makes you fall straight down and stop on a dime. It's a key maneuver for snagging items that rest dangerously close to hazards. The daily grind rail grinding is an excellent way to gain a quick speed boost, but after the initial burst of speed you'll begin to slow. While you're grinding, perform short hops to regain your lost momentum. On parallel rails, be prepared to switch which rail you're riding, one of them may come to a dicey end. Additionally, look for lines of rings floating in midair. Usually if there isn't an apparent way to 3-grab them, it's a sign that they're hovering above 4G an invisible rail.
An invisible rail, oh my god. Yeah, yeah, the game is glitchy as fuck and sometimes the rails don't appear. That's a feature, actually.
Multiple choice. Many areas have multiple routes to choose from on the fly, and they're seldom equal in length or difficulty. The fork in the trail isn't always obvious either. Look for evidence such as platforms and rails off in the distance that you can't seem to reach. Often one path will provide the quickest route and, albeit frequently with greater risks. The other path may lead to fire souls, the well-hidden items that you can
What path
collect
leads me to a
unlock
better
mini
game?
games
Got
and
'em.
other features for party mode. ERE00TI
Party mode? You mean I get to force somebody else to play Sonic and the Secret Rings with me, thus ensuring they are never my friend again?
Customized. Skill sets. Skills increase Sonic's abilities in special ways, such as improving midair movement or increasing the range of his homing attack. Every time you acquire a new skill, you can activate it via a skill ring, a list of skills that you can customize.
Oh, it actually has, like,
4 skill rings.
RPG
Use them to
upgrades
create
and shit?
specialized sets of skills for performing
Did
particular
Sonic 06
tasks.
do that?
We've outlined
I think
a
it
few
might have.
suggestions for how to set up your skill rings. Levies 1A318 CXEC equals Virial equip on off and allows 4 to fly more smoothly. 4 then with quick air CV at the light of speed. For some missions, you can ignore all your nifty techniques and concentrate on just going fast. Only a handful of skills make you go faster. Your best bet is to equip skills that help you reach top speed quicker, such as landing dash, which allows you to run faster than usual when landing from a jump. Rail shooting. You'll find rails in most stages, but some stages feature many more of them than others. For such levels, set up a skill ring with obvious skills such as quick grind, but also with skills that make it easier to move laterally in midair, such as quick air, which will help you hop from rail to rail more accurately. The good fight for missions where you must defeat a set number of enemies in as little time possible with moves such as H-expand. Create a skill ring which gives your homing attack more range. When you finally get the ring saver move, be sure to equip it right away. It reduces the number of rings you lose when you take damage, a necessity when facing a lot of foes. Get technical. Have a skill set prepared for when a mission calls for accurate jumps and tricky maneuver.
Oh, this game sounds like a pain in the ass.
Skills like hard break in
If
the
it's
set,
anything like
consider
Sonic
taking
06,
out moves
it,
such
it,
as
it
turbo
absolutely
boost and speed
is.
up, which would lead to unwieldy speeds. War 200,769. World 1, Lost Prologue. The Lost FUEE place to practice new abilities, but the Messier wouldn't present much of a challenge. Come back to get medals after Y. Have some real-world experience. Built Degree World 2, Sand Oasis LJ. The brightly lit Sand Oasis shouldn't present you with many difficulties. T-paths are spacious and Techno-Dima GRC. However, to IL on all the NS, have your entire bag of tricks at the DY. Go for the goal. Find King Shahryar. The first level of Sand Oasis presents a variety of challenges, especially when you're going for a gold medal worthy time. Obstructions love to pop up right in front of you. The turbo boost skill will help you recover after bouncing into a pillar or a giant arrow. There are a lot of rails toward the second half of the stage. Equip Quick Grind, or its speedier counterpart, Fast Grind, to zip through to the end. Don't worry about collecting pearls. Speed Break won't help you much considering all the trenches and rugged terrain. Special Challenge 1. Don't break the jar. As fun as it is just to go as fast as you can, sometimes you need to stay under control as well. On the first Sand Oasis special
Control
challenge, you
Sanic.
must complete the level without breaking any of the jars in your path.
Santa
It's
can't
really
go
easy to
slow,
go
he's
too
fast.
on this wide open stage. Moves like Speed Up and Charger aren't really necessary. Stick to skills like Quick Step, which will smooth out lateral movement on the ground, and Quick Slide, which helps maintain control before jumping. EE Rampage. Key skills: defeat 20 enemies. The Rampage level starts rather forte simply. Enemies appear in your number 51 path, just waiting to be stomped. Number 73-5 on. But later on, they start getting tricky. Monsters will appear above spiky balls for a second, then disappear just as quickly. You'll have to slow down and wait for your chance to attack when they reappear. You don't have the luxury of knowing where they'll pop up, so you must be ready to attack at a moment's notice. Use the H-Expand skill to extend your homing range and backstep to return to the enemies you flew by accidentally. Sand Oasis boss Sand Scorpion. The Sand Scorpion isn't terribly difficult to defeat, but getting a gold medal time is a challenge.
You can, like...
One key tactic is to not try
Sometimes you
anything
can kind of, like,
foolish until you
read
can
between the
damage scorpion.
lines, you know?
Just stay
Like,
on the ground and keep dodging its
like this
missiles.
is Nintendo
When
Power,
the big
so,
beast
like,
slows
they
down
have
to
to,
attack,
like, act
that's your
like every
chance.
Nintendo game is
Target the
good.
closest
But, like,
eye,
if you
then
read
use
between the
successive
lines, you're
homing
like,
attempts to reach the
you
eye
don't
of
have the
Sand
luxury of
Scorpion's
seeing where enemies
When
are
the
going to
monster
spawn
turns
from.
around, wait for the eye to
Why?
attack.
Because the
Then
game
hit it
is,
as many times as
I mean,
possible.
it's really good. It's really good. Play Sonic and the Secret Rings. It's Nintendo, so it must be good. Bye, Nintendo. Bye, Nintendo.
Five SECRETRNGS equals Special Challenge won by Smash 5 Genie Eggs. _I number 41 Fire Gaze telling Sonic
In Wonder
not to go
Boy,
so
you
fast
have
is
no
like
idea
telling the
where
sun
enemies
not
are
to come.
going
Number 47 H
when
expand
enemies are going to
is
stun
that's
lock
just what
you
number 74
or push you
Fire
off a
Statue
platform.
does.
It's actually really good.
Sometimes Though the genie eggs are easy to breeze
I mean, you
by,
have to
you're
buy it.
going
It's on
at
Nintendo.
0.02 pace.
You don't want
Leaving
Nintendo
top
not to
speed
have
skills
money,
5
right?
like all-rounder at home. Focus, and good aerial skills like H-expand and homing stability to target the genie
If
eggs
Nintendo
from a
doesn't get
greater
money, then
distance.
Nintendo doesn't make more
The fire
Nintendo,
gauge
and
sense
then you
skill
can't
is
Nintendo.
particularly helpful. You'll crash into a genie egg and stop in your tracks, leaving you ready to prepare your next move. Special challenge 2 J, get the pterosaur egg. Number 28 Soul Absorber pterosaur eggs are really fragile. The slightest bump will shatter
game
number 79
is a soul absorber.
armor to them. So you gotta protect number
Absorbs my
83
will to
Pearl
fucking
Collector
live.
your goods. The best defense against hazardous passages and waves of enemies is Time Break, the ability to slow down time. Unfortunately, Time Break saps your soul gauge energy quickly. The Soul Absorber skill is essential. Every time you land from a jump, your soul gauge goes up. Equip skills that make it easier to keep the soul gauge full, such as Pearl Collector and Soul Armor. Then spend the rest of your points on skills like Hard Break and Backstep that help you avoid making Scrambled Dino.
Scrambled Dino.
Collect rings. Zephyus J, collect 99 rings. When you begin this course, a quick high step might seem difficult to even find number 84 S Pearl Collector 9GS, 3N BN 99 rings, and nearly impossible number 99 fast grind to hold on to them. If you stick it out, you'll find plenty of rings toward the end of the stage. But if you wait, you'll never snag a gold meta. Take your time and memorize the order of obstacles and the positions of emotes. However, if you haven't picked up 99 rings before the end of the stage, look around for a fire soul just before you cross the finish line. Evil Foundry Boss. Ifrit Golem. The Ifrit Golem loves the soothing warmth of molten lava. Hedgehog Stone. Attack the mechanical monster's hands to force him to expose his vulnerable head, but do so when they rest upon higher ground. Otherwise, you'll find yourself without a platform when he exposes his weak spot. Be sure to equip the backstep skill for when he throws explosive barrels at you. You'll appreciate the added maneuverability. His most powerful attack is the laser beam he shoots from his eye. Avoid it at all costs. Trek Trend TRW Sly, go for the goal. Follow the pirates. This incredibly long first missile will send you across ornate pirate ships, through murky caves, and over giant waves. Taking damage on this stage is unavoidable, on levels like this with skills like balance. Use the to clear a path and prepare for hands off. Finish with O-rings. For about 95% of the stage, you can grab all the rings you desire. You'll want them when you face all of the enemies and deadly obstructions. As soon as you sense that you're near the end, take a few intentional hits to offload any rings. Then the real fun begins. A few small platforms stand tall over what appears to be a sea of rings. Carefully jump toward a platform, then slam or your brakes as soon as you alight. Acceleration is your enemy. Unequipped skills like landing dash and cancel dash.
Oh, oh, this is the last page. Let's just finish it then. This entire magazine isn't very long. So this is gonna be... This may end up being a shorter stream. I think I already know what I'm gonna do for next week's stream, though.
Collect 50 rings. For the most part, you can go as fast as you like in pursuit of the retreating Ife, T Captain the Moth. When you catch up to him, jump in the air and target one of in 50 rings early in this level, his horns. When you latch on, shake the Wii remote to yank the appendage T sweated T Euro from his soft head. Be careful, if you take too long, he'll load up a ball of you don't the first tricity and zap you off his back. His attacks are easy to dodge, just jump over Portal 1 particular area, it will the tidal waves he hurls your way occasionally. The fewer times you need to take you to the exit. Be careful, the D climb on his back, the more likely you'll finish with a gold medal. Difficulty X 163A defeat 40 enemies. /defeating enemies in this Zipa and Air Dome isn't difficult, Findin. F4AR them is. As Y, the rim of the expanse, look FFLE Chin Beard 1. A equals B through 5. Hit TI, New York 1 pass around the room T, live, theoretically maybe there's a way and grab BNTD, back into the earth on your next those horns and chew them off I'll pass. To get a gold medal, think A, wit, and toss which and beat all the ink. World 7, Skeleton Dome LJ. The remains of immense beasts are scattered all over the exterior of the Skeleton King's domain. Fortunately, the Fey ISR eater. Unfortunately, the beasts are still alive, and don't take kindly to you treading on their
Unfortunately,
turf
you made it to
head-to-head
World
beat
7
equals
in
beat
Sonic and the
equals
Secret
goal.
Rings. Why did you do that?
Number 45 boost jump. You'll spend most of your time val above the course as you number 52 homing balance UST and you path through the number 74 fire step crumbling bones. The homing balance skill is critical for quickly hopping from one target to the next. As odd as it sounds, the fire step skill are valuable for one particular maneuver on TVET to the end of the level, a giant wall will block your path. You have to defeat a monster that appears right behind you to make the wall disappear. The fire step. All you need to do is hop backward to smash into the full one take down the wall. W up, as well, the level is short, 05S. The switches that cause enemies to appear are all over the place, including on the ceiling.
Creature feature. What is this? Seven big things you need to know about Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl. I think I had one of these, I think. Or no, I had Pokemon Platinum and then what was the sister game to Platinum? I forget. Was that Diamond? No. It can't be Diamond, because Diamond was this game.
BAEC Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl continue a Pokemon RPG tradition by having you make one of the most important decisions in the game right away, picking a Pokemon with which to begin your journey. 3 all-new Pokemon are yours to choose from: Fire-type Chimchar, Water-type Piplup, and Grass-type Turtwig. You won't be able to catch these Pokemon in the wild. To catch every Pokemon, you'll have to trade with other trainers to get the 2 Pokemon you didn't select. The Pokemon you choose can have a big impact on your adventure in several ways. First, the starter Pokemon is relatively strong, making it a good member of your party early on. For example, the Water-type Pokemon Piplup can learn Water Gun very early on. It serves as a strong complement to the moves of the Pokemon you'll find as you begin the story. Second, as Pokemon veterans well know, the strengths and weaknesses of starter Pokemon influence the difficulty of certain portions of the game. For example, if you begin with Chimchar, the starter Fire-type Pokemon, UI may breeze through the early parts of the game, where you face a lot of Bug and Grass types. But later when you find yourself surrounded by Water-hit types on the high seas, you'll be in trouble if you don't make strategic adjustments. The opposite is true for the Grass-type Turtwig. It'll struggle you against the same early Bug-type non-Pokemon, but Water types won't pose any threat at all. Lastly, the game's inners focus heavily on enforcing a specialty bond between trainer and Pokemon, and will had a reason for selecting the in Pokemon you did, and that bond will be with you forever. ing8paw/.
Okay. Okay, number 2. What else should I know?
It's 5T's Finger F. The DS's touchscreen has improved on the Pokemon gameplay systems in a number of ways. Battling, in particular, has improved quite a bit thanks to the DS. When you're choosing an attack, touchscreen buttons display standard info, the move name, the move type, and how many PP you have left.
Oh, so it doesn't actually benefit the touchscreen, it benefits the second screen, which
status healers,
actually, to be fair, that is pretty helpful.
Pokeballs, and all the items are clearly organized within each section.
It's actually pretty cool.
Pokemon vets.
It kind of sucks that Nintendo sort of had to get rid of the 2-screen thing with the Switch, because, I mean, well, you have to play it on a TV with one screen, but honestly, the DS had some really clever uses of the 2 screens.
It's your choice.
Like display a map at the bottom of the screen, or like some extra status stuff. That way you always have it readily available and you never have to worry about it getting in the way of the game.
The list of Pokemon appears on the top screen. To scroll through the list, you spin a wheel that looks like a giant Pokeball on the right side of the screen. Once you've found the Pokemon you're looking for, you can examine all of its traits, including its size, where it can be found, and the sound of its cry. These are just a couple of the roles the touchscreen serves. We'll touch on
man, a
more
touchscreen
in future
Pokédex. Let's go. About fact number 3.
Cal Biden, when Pokemon Gold and Silver introduced a real-time clock, Pokemon fans absolutely loved it. It seemed destined to become a staple of Pokemon games.
Yeah!
But when Ruby and
Did they do
Sapphire
that?
came around, the feature disappeared. Now time has come again. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl reintroduced the system in a big way. A The 24-hour period is divided into 5 phases: morning, day, evening, and night, and late night. Certain Pokemon are most likely to appear during certain phases. A Pokemon might show up more often in a particular location in the morning than at any other time. For example, a Pokemon's area info in the Pokédex depicts a sun on the bottom screen. Drag it across the sky like
Nintendo
timeline
encouraging
see
you
when
to
the
skip
Pokemon will
school
appear
and catch
at
the
what
late night
times.
Pokemon. Honestly, the real-time clock, Pokemon, like, does, like, add, like, some pretty innovative features sometimes that I will give it credit for. The problem is the gameplay. It doesn't really change the fact that the gameplay loop is very slight.
Legendary Pokemon like Lugia, Ho-Oh, Groudon, Kyogre, Suicune, Raikou, and NTI have always been the brass ring for Pokemon trainers. These mysterious creatures are often one of a kind, and very powerful. Catching them requires everything you know about raising and any battling Pokemon. In the DS titles, the legendaries are larger than life. Dialga is an enormous blue Pokemon that is said to be able to manipulate time, while the giant purple Palkia is said to have the power to distort space. Not much else is known about these rare Pokemon, except that they can only be caught in their respective games. The 2 Pokemon will also grace the cover of the game cases. Adieu.
Alright, Fact 5. It's all in the wrist.
E-T-T-T-E-R-E-T. When you're out exploring the many corners of Sinnoh, the lower screen accesses your Poketch, a multifunction tool that trainers will find indispensable. If you're a male trainer, the Poketch will be blue. If you're a female, the Poketch will be pink. The Poketch is basically a
Gender
small
specific.
computer that stores a variety of miniature applications. When you start out, the Poketch is limited to a handful of uses.
Honestly, I
It's a
didn't even
watch,
know
a
you could,
pedometer,
like,
a
change your
Pokemon
gender in
status
Pokemon.
checker,
I didn't know that
and
was a thing.
calculator. As you progress
I guess in
through
this
the
game.
game, you'll find more applications, such as a notepad and item finder. Eventually, the Poketch will include a program that keeps track of the Pokemon you've left with the Pokemon Daycare and a berry monitor that shows where you can find fruit-bearing trees. The Poketch is controlled entirely on the touchscreen. Big buttons allow you to handle most functions without even using the stylus. There are 20 applications in total, but they won't just show up in your Poketch as you progress through your journey. You'll have to do some serious footwork to find.
Oh, there's, 6.
HBWM gender has long been a part of the equals Pokemon series.
Oh,
and until
no,
now,
gender.
Male and female Pokemon have looked the same. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl.
Oh, fuck,
introduces
we're finally
visual
given the Pokemon
differences for
genitalia.
Pokemon depending on their gender. Even the most well-known Pokemon, such as Pikachu, are getting a graphical update. There are still some Pokemon
We're finally
that
gonna
look
give
the
Pikachu
same in both
genitalia.
genders,
I'm so
some
happy.
that can be only male or female, and some, particularly the legendaries, that don't have a
Alright,
gender
bye,
at all.
Arus.
Gender still has a central role in breeding Pokemon, and all the aspects still apply to gender.
Well, we
Myths
can
such as
breed
the fact they
Pokemon
are
now?
affected by the Pokemon's gender still behave in the same way. Faye, WR.
Hell yeah. Shit, maybe I need to play this one. Then again, why would I breed Pokemon in a game when I could just watch it on the internet for free?
But Fama ADETER3 for the most part, whether you play one game or the other, the gameplay will be the same. But there are several differences between the two versions. Most importantly, there are a handful of Pokemon that are version exclusive. For example, if you're looking to complete your Pokédex in Pokemon Diamond, you'll have to trade Pokemon with a Pokemon Pearl game. The full list of version-exclusive Pokemon hasn't yet been announced, but Palkia and Dialga are two examples. Other Pokemon may be rare in one version of the game, such as Mime Jr., Mr. Mime's pre-evolved form, which is more commonly found in Pokemon Pearl than in Pokemon Diamond. The opposite is true for Bonesley, the pre-evolved version of Sudowoodo, which is easier to catch in Pokemon Diamond.
Okay. Pop-up frown. What? Oh. Pop-up foul. What is this?
Travel with Stylus Chocobo Tales is designed to be played entirely with the touchscreen.
Oh, Chocobo Tales. What is this? Is this a roguelike?
Various buttons for most functions, you'll find the game flows best when you stick with the stylus. While in the overworld, the action unfolds on the touchscreen and the top screen shows your position on the map grid. You can pull your Chocobo around the overworld by holding the stylus on the touchscreen in the direction you want to move, and you can interact with characters and objects by tapping them. The fixed camera 3D perspective, coupled with the always there detailed map, makes it extremely easy to find the next objective and keep the game moving. When you reach an enchanted pop-up book, the action shifts equals to a point-and-click menu interface that allows you to access mini-games and unlockable content.
Oh, it's
the mini-games
it's
and
Chocobo Sim.
micro-games,
Okay,
simple
that's
games accessed throughout the overworld offer a clever assortment of touchscreen controls to keep you on your toes.
Shermona. As an amalgamation of Shiro and Maho. Or White Mage. Okay. So it seems like, yeah, Chocobo Sims or possibly
Book tour
Chocobo
the
Animal
names to
Crossing.
defeat Babuzu can be found within the pop-up books that dot the landscape. Each one contains a mini-game.
Oh, the girl from Chocobo. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Difficulty levels to trigger events in the overworld. Mini-games
Honestly,
with plays
Chocobo
are also
Dungeon-
rewarded with new
Honestly, a
pop-up
roguelike
duel
on
cards
DS
that
would
you need
kinda
to
go
defeat
hard.
enemies. For more on Duel, see cut out for card duels on page 80. Each book has
Like,
a
you could just
theme
have, like, the
loosely based
entire
on a
second
famous
screen
myth or
devoted to the
fairy tale.
map.
For example, Titan and the Beanstalk is based on some obscure
There has to be
folk tale
roguelikes
about
on
beans or
DS,
something.
right?
In Volume 1 of the tale, you
There were like a
propel your
billion
Chocobo
games for the
to the top
DS.
of
One
the
of them must have been a
beanstalk by
roguelike.
drawing bouncy leaves on the touchscreen. In Volume 2, found elsewhere in the overworld, you need to create leaves to guide your
GG's on
descent
beating the
from
game, by
top.
the way. Wonder
Most
Boy.
mini-games have a battle mode that involves head-to-head competition against jailbirds and other minions of Babuzu, and a trial mode in which you race the clock to achieve the best score. Each mini-game has 7 secrets to unlock, so you can squeeze a substantial amount of gameplay out of a single volume. Cut out for card duels, the pop-up dueling system in Chocobo Tales offers a new take on card battles that is simple enough to learn on the fly, but also deep enough to satisfy veterans of other card games. You pick up cards by playing mini-games and micro-games within the pop-up books, then build decks to use in overworld boss battles. During a duel, each character selects a card from a hand of 3 cards dealt randomly from their 15-card decks. To activate a card for battle, you flick the card from the touch screen up to the top screen, where the paper cutout monster on the card appears in a flash of light. After your opponent responds in kind, you trade attacks determined by the data on your respective cards. Each card has 4 color-coded, magical zones that contain an attack icon, a guard icon, or nothing. If your card's attack icon corresponds to an empty zone on your opponent's card, then your attack will be successful and you'll chip away your enemy's hit points, HP. If the attack icon corresponds to a guard icon on your opponent's card, your attack will fail. If 2 attack icons match up, the target will receive half the possible damage. There is a variety of status attacks that specific cards can inflict, like burning or poisoning the opponent, and special crystal abilities on certain cards that require you to accumulate crystal points during the duel. When either opponent runs out of HP, the duel ends.
So that, they also included a card battler in Chocobo Tales, apparently.
-1 When minigames are MICR, the storybook minigames are essential to Deef, Babuzu, but microgames are welcome divers. YW0 be awarded a pop-up dual card mediocre card for a silver and a rare, powerful for a gold. Earning golds can be tough at time games.
Everything was a fucking card battler. 2007 was just the year of card. Well, the 2000s were just the decade of card battlers. Let's be honest.
Difficult to G gold.
They were the thing. I remember them being really big when I was a kid.
So you will be forever reminded of your ineptitude. You never know who
trading cards in general.
Tales should keep you entertained lore after you've completed its story mode. Thanks variety of multiplayer and YF options. The multi-card multiplayer MDA allow YP against up to 4 players in the against pop-up duelists from all over the world, or you can fill your roster with up to 20 friend codes. Friends WJOD own the game, they can download microgames IIP. The adventure is not. Fans of the series will find that ID Friends and Enemies W tour for you and Chocobo Tales TS store shelves in April.
In April. Play, what is this?
Tiny Toon Adventures, Buster Busts Loose. They're tiny, they're toony, they're all a little loony, and they starred in one of the most overlooked platformers on the SNES.
I agree, but also, did they put that on Virtual Console? Well, they put the TMNT game on Virtual Console, so I guess it's possible.
Tiny Toon 4 episodes, 99 RRR FH rate essay. Everybody's familiar with Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, and the Tasmanian Devil, but in 1990 Warner Brothers introduced the world to a new generation of wacky cartoon critters with the animated TV show Tiny Toon Adventures. Characters like Buster Bunny, Plucky Duck, and Dizzy Devil were the spiritual successors to the Looney Tunes crew, and to go along with their comedic antics, Konami released several video games, the best of which is arguably Tiny Toon Adventures, Buster Busts Loose, for the Super NES. At first glance, Buster Busts Loose resembles other top-tier platformers of its era. Players took control of Buster
I see, so they had, like, retro reviews at this point. Someone at Nintendo must have seen the nerd who was not very happy, and they were like, no, this might be an emerging market.
Which Buster could vanquish with his punishing dropkick. But what elevated the game to the next level was the inclusion of an additional mechanic, a limited gauge-based dash ability. Not only did dashing let Buster run faster, jump higher, and plow over enemies,
Buster Bust Loose is a good game. I wouldn't say it's my favorite of the Tiny Toons games. That's probably the original one on NES, although the Game Boy ones are nothing to sneeze at either. But they're all pretty good, especially the Konami ones. Maybe I gotta play through Tiny Toon Adventures at some point. Like, actually try and, like, save scum my way through the game.
Underscore, the train stage, in which you have to dash across mountains and canyons to catch up with the train after it enters a tunnel.
I know Buster Bust Loose is just impossible.
A collapsing temple in the sky.
That's what I've heard.
Of the simple,
I haven't played much of it.
Implemented ability gives the game a feel similar to those created by renowned developer Treasure. Additionally, Buster Busts Loose benefited from a highly imaginative selection of levels. Instead of utilizing the typical jungle, fire, and ice worlds, the environments were based on themes such as Acme University, the Toon School, a haunted house, the Old West, and outer space. One level even chucked the platforming.
Oh man, we're gonna put Buster Bunny in space? Hell yeah.
With a side-scrolling football
put him on
game.
Artemis. He'll love it.
The same tongue-in-cheek humor that the TV series was known for permeated each stage, and the entire production looked and sounded great thanks to colorful graphics, animation befitting the cartoon license, and a soundtrack that offered level-appropriate remixes of the catchy Tiny Toon Adventures theme song. Only time will tell if the Tiny Toons have the longevity of their cartoon, i.e. 5PD Sich Fayek 51 to GGAEEW of 5 by CH2AL.
Yeah. Okay, how about King of the Rings? Is this a review?
ESRB, everyone after several attempts to modernize Sonic for the 3D gaming landscape, Sega has taken a big step back in their approach, ANC that's a good thing. Sonic and the Secret Rings captures the essence of its 2D predecessors with pared-down mechanics, a focus on quality level design, and an unbelievable sense of speed.
I've heard it's better than Sonic 06, but it's supposedly not very good.
Detailed worlds have amazing art direction.
Sonic Unleashed isn't great. Sonic Colors is a little bit better. Sonic Generations was pretty good.
It's clear that proper implementation of the Wii remote was a key aspect of I.
And Sonic and the Lost Worlds? I don't know, do people like that one? Sonic Boom was apparently really, really bad. And then Sonic Mania I thought was total dog shit, but everyone seems to love it.
Equals development. Even as the game progresses and gets more challenging, the remote maintains its precision and doesn't leave you frustrated. There are frustrating aspects to the gameplay, however. First, the camera has a habit of being too low and getting stuck briefly behind objects. The low angle does heighten the 3 feeling that you're going kicky 8 fast, but sometimes at a sacrifice. Also, the targeting system has its quirks. Sometimes I won't be able to target an enemy or object directly in front of you, but
I
you will
did
be
see
able
the
to
extras.
target an
I thought it
object
was
that's
really
behind a
cool.
wall and out of reach. The party mode equals isn't anything to
That was
kind of
cool
home
that they
about.
did that.
The mini games are simple and the overall structure leaves a lot to chance. It's also not very pick up and play friendly. You have to play the story mode extensively to unlock. Development. Even as the game progresses and gets more challenging, the remote maintains its precision and doesn't leave you frustrated. There are frustrating aspects to the gameplay, however. First, the camera has a habit of being too low and getting stuck briefly behind objects.
Oh shit, they actually did
Low
review the
angle does
games,
heighten
honestly.
the feeling that
Kind
you're
of.
going kicky fast, but sometimes at a sacrifice. Also, the targeting system has its quirks. Sometimes you won't be able to target an enemy or object directly in front of you, but you will be able to target an object that's behind a wall and out of reach. The party mode isn't anything to write home about. The mini-games are simple and the overall structure leaves a lot to chance. It's also not very pick up and play friendly. You have to play the story mode extensively to unlock some of the party mode's best features. Curry's SJ1.
Yeah, that just sounds like a tacked on afterthought.
Konami Classic Series, Arcade Hits Platform, Nintendo DS Publisher, Konami Developer, Konami/M2ESRB, Everyone 10 Plus Classic Game
What do they
compilations
include?
are
Oh, was
strangely
this
uncommon on
the...
DS,
No, that was an
but the
Atari
handheld's
collection.
finally getting some significant retro love with this collection of 15 Konami arcade hits.
Oh, that's actually quite a bit.
The highlights of the anthology are Contra, Track and Field, Time Pilot, and Gradius, all of which hold up remarkably well considering
Those are
their
some pretty
age.
good games.
Every title in the collection was originally released between 1981 and 1987, a testament to the timelessness of good game design. Most of the others, Scramble, Poyen, Rock and Rope,
Puyan.
Circus Charlie,
Puyan
Basketball,
is a good game.
Rainbow Bell, originally called Twin Bee, Shaolin's Road, and Rush and Attack.
Oh shit,
are
Shaolin's
the very
Road!
least fun diversions. The only real stinkers in the bunch are Horror Maze, originally called Tatankum, Road Fighter, and Yar Kung Fu, not a bad ratio.
Oh shit.
The emulation on all of the titles is rock solid, and each game even offers
Emulation
authentic
mentioned in a
dip switch
Nintendo
settings to
magazine.
adjust
Also,
difficulty, number of lives,
I mean, I don't
etc.
like
For
Yar.
those of
I
you
don't
who
like...
have never operated your
Is it
own
Yar
arcade,
Kung Fu?
the settings are
Yar
also
Kung
available
Fu?
via more traditional options
I think it is
menu.
Yar Kung Fu. It's
There's
either
some
Yar
nice
Kung Fu
archival
or
material
Kung Fu.
included as well,
Because,
such
like,
as sales
the
sheets,
katakana says
service
one
manuals,
thing, but
and even
the
photographs of
word
the
that it
original arcade circuit
actually
boards.
means says another.
Best
I think
of
it's
all,
Yar Kung
the game
Fu.
boasts full multiplayer support with a single game card via download play. Steve
I don't know, I don't really like Yar Kung Fu. It's kind of... I mean, it was revolutionary for its time, but it's kind of... It's kind of dated to sort of go back to. More just like kind of a button masher than any real fighting game. And yeah, Road Fighter is kind of shit. Tatankin, I never heard of that one. Honestly, I would probably just, like, spend most of the time playing Puyan if I had that collection. But I don't. Also, I can emulate it on MAME now. So, you know, I'll just do that.
From 9 to 5, I bust my butt, work like a slave, and all for what? I'm truly pissed. Must be some way I can change
Rayman Raving Rabbids platform, Nintendo DS publisher, Ubisoft developer,
ER Kung Fu,
Ubisoft ESRB,
rewards,
everyone
precision,
after
not
a
button
solid
mashing.
but light
Okay.
minigame workout on Wii, Rayman is back to hopping and punching form in the DS version of Raving Rabbids.
Also, I like that
The world of a
it
psychotic
has
bunny
Shaolin's
invasion,
Road. That's a
Shaolin Cell's
really good
creation
hidden
splits
gem
time between
Konami
traditional
arcade
platforming
game.
levels and sections that have
Never
been
really
running
got
left
ported
right
to
on its
anything. I
own
think
while
it
you
had a
use your stylus to
C64
clear
port,
the
and that's
environment.
about it.
At first, using the control pad to switch between Raymond's 4 costumes, 1970s-inspired wigs and suits, to trigger different types of environmental reactions seems like a clumsily executed and wasted step.
Kind of like,
After
if you've never
gone
played
through several
Shaolin's
gold
Road, it's
trophy
basically
collecting
kind of
runs,
like
you'll
Kung
probably
Fu,
enjoy
but
the
it's a
additions
single-screen
that the
arcade
costume
game.
changes bring to the game's
And it works
manic
really
rhythm.
well.
The costumes also figure into puzzle solving in the more traditional sections.
Also, Raving
The
Rabbids
puzzles
is
are
like an
very difficult
actual
to solve,
Rayman
but there is
game.
a challenge in actually getting Rayman to execute the complex maneuvers that he needs to get past some obstacles. Thankfully, there's a generous smattering of checkpoints, and you have an in-5.
Well, maybe you won't be looking at your lovely self in this mirror, will ya? And you won't be needing this hooksy cooksy laugh, neither. But I never did like you set a place from Disneyland, so long.
Night number of lives, so failure to make a long jump, or falling into a pit that looks like it might be a legitimate path, is not much of a setback. The game boasts a non-linear structure that has you choosing levels while navigating a honeycomb-shaped menu, but more often than not there's only one path that you can take at any given time, making level selection more like busy work than a real choice. Like the Rayman re-release, the DS game is chock-a-block with colorful graphics and a lot of humor, most of which comes from the nutty rabbits who give us everything from Munchkin-voiced renditions of Sheik's Good Times and Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun on the soundtrack to well-rendered portraits of the
Really?
Moron bunnies as unlockable extras. The game is fun.
Okay, it's got Cyndi
but
Lauper on
fills
it.
a
I need
niche
to play
for
this
those
game.
wanting a fun and funny 2D platformer on the
That's
DS.
funny.
George S.
Alright, how about this?
Underscore, Re Disney Platform, Nintendo DS Publisher, Buena Vista Games Developer, Q Entertainment /Aspect /Platinum Egg ESRB, Everyone Mateos, Disney Magic does more than provide a Mouseketeer-friendly facelift to one of the DS's best puzzle games. Thanks to the ability to move blocks horizontally, the
Oh,
sequel
it's
has a very
Meteos.
different dynamic than the original.
That's a good game.
block
I need
launcher.
to... I haven't played that in a
Though
long
the
time,
changes
but
mean that
I
Disney
really enjoyed
Magic
it when I
isn't
did.
quite as strategic or stylish as its predecessor, what it lacks in those areas it makes up for with more variety, different objectives on each level in story mode, new special abilities, intensity, faster gameplay, and accessibility, a more user-friendly interface. The vertically oriented presentation, you hold the DS sideways to play, works wonderfully, and 9 different Disney themes, ranging from The Lion King to Pirates of the Caribbean, look great and add plenty of visual appeal. As always, multiplayer is a blast, but it's a shame there's no Wi-Fi connection play. Chris H.
How about this?
Steel Horizon rating, 4.5 platform, Nintendo DS publisher, Konami developer.
Never heard of
Climax
this.
588
Konami was
pounds.
putting out a lot of
Everyone
stuff.
10 plus military strategy games walk a fine line between
Oh.
precision and immediacy. If you make the game meticulously detailed, the player becomes bogged down in a logistical quagmire and the user interface becomes too complex. Drilvin essay make the action too dramatic, and the battles become shallow and cartoonish. Too many important decisions are taken out of the player's hands. Steel Horizon, a World War II naval combat game, attempts to bypass that balancing act by integrating classic turn-based map movement with the urgency of real-time battles, and ends up delivering a hollow experience on both counts. The end map portion of the game works well enough, but inexplicably fails to take advantage of the touchscreen. Moving ships is a tedious process of menu selection and slow grid hopping. But those real-time battles should jolt you awake after slogging across the map, right? Sadly, no, the combat is largely automatic and bewildering to watch.
Damn!
A D-sonar display on the touchscreen.
Okay, I guess they
shows
did
the
do
positions
honest
of the
reviews in
ships
Nintendo
during
Power.
battle,
I
and a
didn't know
third-person
that.
view on the top screen shows off all the fireworks when ships begin to trade shells. Admit equals Tedley, it's entertaining to watch torpedoes
I
launch
guess,
sideways
to be fair,
and
like,
into
they
the
did
air
have a
from your
vested
submarine.
interest in, like, you know,
You do have
people
limited
having a
control
positive
over your ship's
experience on their
movement
consoles,
and
so...
targeting, but your main task during battles is to cycle through your available vessels and hit the X button to launch special attacks to crush the enemy as quickly as possible. In the end, battles are decided by a simple rock, paper, scissors formula. If
Like,
you
it's not
have
like they
enough of
need
the
you
right
to...
type of ships for the
It's not like
enemy
they
you're
really need to
facing,
sell the
you'll win.
console if you're a
Clever
Nintendo
tactics
owner.
may help you
If you're
preserve a ship
a
or
subscriber
two,
to
but the
Nintendo
battles are
Power,
usually
more than
decided
likely you
before
own a
fire
Nintendo
shot.
console.
The multi-card multiplayer mode had the potential to bring some intensity to the experience, but the capture the flag style battles are too simplified to justify the purchase of a second game card, or the Herculean task of finding another person who owns Steel Horizon. Dirua W. PSSSS Su.
Monsters of Rock.
FENWS equals MUA, Spectrobe's platform, Nintendo DS publisher, Buena Vista Games developer, Jupiter Corporation ESRB. Everyone, if you've grown up with Pokemon, Buena Vista's first original DS property, not based on a movie or cartoon, will strike a familiar chord. Action-adventure Spectrobes has you searching for fossils of ancient creatures, awakening them, raising them, and using them to fight your battles. Clever use of the DS's touchscreen makes the process of digging up the old bones and other buried treasure entertaining, if not a little monotonous after several hours spent scouring the game's 5 planetary surfaces. Once you crack the surface by tapping the screen, thereby partially exposing your find, you use drills and an air AETT.
So I was very wrong about Nintendo Power. I should have looked at this earlier.
__ Straight face blower to work away at the earth and extract the object without damaging it. Applying too much pressure with one of the drills will cause the object to crumble. Awakening Spectrobes requires use of the DS microphone and a strong voice. If you play in public, you'll raise a few eyebrows as you intone loudly for several seconds at a time to bring the being to life.
Oh my
After
god,
you've done it a
really?
few times, the process loses its charm. You can use awakened and evolved creatures to take on the evil Craw. Even though the player-controlled character, Rowland, has a variety of weapons, he is weak compared to his Spectrobe companions. You don't have direct control over the creatures, but you can tell them when to attack and build up their 3 power for devastating combos. As you search, fight, and unravel a story that gets to the root of the relationship between the Spectrobes and the Crawl, you unlock 3 local multiplayer options, plus Wi-Fi options that allow you to upload your stats to a website and use earned points to trade for new content. You can also unlock the ability to collect Spectrobes by way of trading cards that come with the game. Place a card over the touch screen.
You've also beaten several versions of ER Kung Fu on the GGG channel. Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Pokemon world, but provides enough new features to give it its own identity.
I don't know. ER Kung Fu is definitely a very revolutionary game, or a very innovative game. I'm not sure it's all that fun to play today.
TAMIENEESWWWEES Wario Master of Disguise rating 6.5 platform.
Wario Master... Wait, they turned that into its own game?
Nintendo developer. Nintendo/Suzak ESRB. Everyone 10 plus after spending the last few years focused primarily on his software company, Nintendo's pudgy anti-hero is getting back to his platforming roots with Wario, Master of Disguise. Unfortunately, the mustachioed money grubber seems to have lost a step. The basic concept behind his puzzle-heavy adventure certainly holds promise. Wario dons
bad-mouthing Nintendo and their own magazine. Bad-mouthing Wario on Nintendo's turf. That's ballsy.
That lets him sketch platforms anywhere on the screen. And the insult-laden exchanges between
I thought it was like the Master of Disguise game that was like a mini game in like Mario 64 DS, but no.
All of the stages require lots of tedious backtracking. You can reach certain areas only once you've acquired a particular disguise or upgrade, and figuring out what you're supposed to do next is often painfully obtuse. There are a few clever puzzles here and there, but the challenges are pretty unremarkable for the most part. That's especially true of Tree.
I don't know, that sounds pretty fun, but I guess... if he's saying it's bad on Nintendo Power, it must be pretty dire. I've never heard anything about this game, so... I guess I have to go based on reputation.
The touchscreen mini-games required to unlock each treasure chest, connecting numbered dots to draw a picture and tapping the screen to squash cockroaches are the types of mundane activities that lost their novelty about a month after the DS launched. The other big RS issue with the game's use of the J-Touch screen is that drawing shapes to change into your various disgism ES can be frustratingly unreliable. Despite its shortcomings, Master A of Disguise manages to deliver a moderately enjoyable platforming T-ROM. The different costumes afford the gameplay some nice variety, and Wario always brings a lot of personality to the proceedings. The big guy deserves better, though, and the DS is home to plenty of S superior side-scrollers. Steve T. EET.
Alright, how about this?
Underscore TM into platform Game Boy Advance publisher. Ubisoft
Ooh, they are still doing
developer,
GBA reviews.
Ubisoft Montreal Pound 5 RB. Everyone 10 plus TMNT is a side-scrolling brawler in the classic style of its franchise predecessors. You tackle hordes of bad guys as one of the 4 turtles, with one of the other turtles ready to help perform special moves.
Ooh.
The movie-based title
This could be fun.
solid, responsive mechanics,
It's gonna be a while till I get to this, but
variety,
should be fun.
And detailed graphics. RPG and item purchasing elements allow you to beef up the characters.
Oh,
they're
what?
Conceived. For example, you can buy
Oh,
a
this game
weapon
might actually be
before entering
sick.
a level, but the weapon will break long before you reach a tough section. There are just enough of these elements to make you realize that, properly done, they could have been so much more. Nevertheless, regular gamers and TMNT aficionados alike will enjoy the tight gameplay and quality fan service. Chris S.
Fan service. How about this?
TMNT Platform, Nintendo DS Publisher, Ubisoft Developer, Ubisoft Montreal Re, Everyone 10 plus IGA's Catwoman and Capcom's P.N.03 before it. Ubisoft's DS version of TMNT tackles the challenge of offering characters that have advanced
TMNT GBA, it's actually pretty good. Similar to
online.
River City Girls.
That
That sounds pretty nice, actually. How's the DS one?
CE, freely through the environment, the game corrals your character into small arenas and limits the places that he can jump to. Most of the game is spent watching the characters as they leap dramatically from one glowing dot on the ground to the next. You press a different jump button based on whether the destination is to the left, Y, to the right, A, or directly ahead, X. Some jumping decisions have to be made as soon as you land, or your character will fall into the abyss.
That
The
sounds...
problem is that it can be difficult to determine which jump button you are
Yeah,
meant
that
to press
sounds
if the destination is just
problematic.
slightly off-center. The result is that you learn by failing, then memorize jump directions and finally score a perfect run. Success gives you a feeling of accomplishment, but the path is paved with frustration. George S. Falaladid, 4D, 72. Quick Spot Platform, Nintendo DS Publisher, Namco Bandai Developer, Namco Bandai. ESRB, Everyone 10 plus. It may seem like a bit of a stretch to make a full-blown DS title about finding the differences between two nearly identical drawings. And it is. Though Namco Bandai's Quick Spot does offer two distinct single-player modes along with multiplayer competition, the concept runs thin pretty quickly. Companion pictures appear on map.
See, I would not be opposed to doing a DS Alphacade. The problem is there are so many games like this on the GBA, and I fear the DS is even worse. But there's also like a bunch of hidden gems. Because like they just got buried under a giant sea of shovelware.
As the appearance of a large object in the foreground, or as subtle as the absence of a soft background element, and luck of the draw seems to determine how noticeable the difference will be. The game boasts 140 picture pairs with 10 possible differences per pair, and a grading system that charts your performance in 5 categories, again, some obvious and some obscure. George T.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
/LSO This AONTHE Biology Experiment Tornado of Graffiti Entertainment's Act to Stone, GBA, turns motors into rocks. The concept is Rome, but an isometric view makes getting around the crowd,
Wait, what game is
one
this?
environment a chore. Buena STA brings us Kim Possible, Lobo Gemini, DS. The prolific Arrowin's latest platforming adventure.
Oh, back to
While
some.
the
I don't
Action
remember that
15
one.
pools on the top screen, USC the touch screen to manage our inventory of 8 secret scent gadgets, including a graping hook and a very tricky tube lipstick.
I was surprised at how good the
Podcast Tim
GBA
followed
Kim
Bad
Possible
Guy
games
Gemini
were.
as he attempts brainwash the world's populace, no doubt for dastardly purses. The DT.C of D3PA's also lead DTC, DS, stands our Dino Tournament Championship. Like Buena Vista's Ectrobes, reviewed this issue. The game has you breeding prehistoric creatures for battle.
What is this? These are, I guess these are the Wii games? No, what is this?
I2IORY March 2007, Volume 213 Smash Files.
Oh,
Super
I
Smash
see.
Brothers
These are
Brawl.
previous editions. Adissues. You can buy them at Nintendo.com. No, you can't. Not anymore. You, well, you didn't miss it, but I tried to call the, hotline to order Nintendo Power. I tried to do that, my microphone was muted, but you didn't catch anything anyway. The number's disconnected. I thought it might, like, redirect to, like, Nintendo customer service or something like that, but no. Here's a classic Sundere example. It's short. Okay. I get what it is, but
I just need to use the bathroom. What the heck? She's so
wait, hold on. Oh wait, no, this is shit. What was the thing? I'm juggling tabs.
tiny. The doll. Intense vibe about her. Palm Top Tiger? Yep, that's a perfect name for her.
I need you to turn in a career plan.
Crap, it's late. I'm just gonna get my bag.
Stop!
What?
That's your bag? Isn't your seat the one next to... And away!
Hey! Let go of my bag! What the hell?
Dumbass!
Now I get it. You must have
I get
put
it.
my bag by mistake. Crap, I gotta reseal it. Good night. Why is the window... What are you doing?
I'm gonna make you forget all about that stupid love letter!
The envelope was empty! Hey, you okay? Here.
So how are you gonna make it up to me, huh?
You missed a few spots. Crap, it's really late. Just go.
Nope.
Why not?
I want your opinion about love letters.
Oh, come on! I'll give you all the relationship advice you want.
You'd really help me out?
I will. I'll do anything. I'll lock you.
No, I got this.
That's what worries me.
What show is this?
I
I don't know. Cool. Okay, there we go. Enjoying your Wii. Okay. Oh, enjoying your Wii? What? Wait, what is this? Here are a few reminders. Okay.
Remember, wear the wrist strap RAM when using the Wii Remote. Make sure all Wii ROM players use the wrist strap and that the release strap lock is correctly tightened. When remote sharing the Wii Remote,
just get any land. Yeah. Well, like, especially like the early Wii remotes, the wrist strap was extremely brittle, so it would often just kind of fly out of your hand. And there's dozens of videos on YouTube of like people like the Wii remote will just like fly out of your hand, and like there's like it's on like Home Shopping Network or something like that, of like someone trying to demonstrate the Wii with like Wii bowling, and then it like flies out of their hand and like hits the TV. But yeah. Oh my god. Literally every Wii game had like all of this health and safety bullshit at the front. Do they really need to add that here as well? Indoor adventure, what is this?
Wing. C for archive, as April showers make outdoor activity
Skill.
unpleasant.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Games
if you
that
didn't
enjoy the thrill
if
of
you
handheld adventures new to the archives. Final Fantasy Advance
if you like
9.5, the GBA translation of Final Fantasy III for the SNES, Heisen Unmatched RPG Classic.
an unmatched RPG classic.
Room 215, 8.0, for DS unfolds like a great detective novel, and Lunar Nights 8.0 offers action and RPG elements with a vampire hunting storyline. If the weather lets up, we'll venture out into the world with our epics in tow. Scores reflect individual reviewers' opinions. I indicates Wi-Fi compatible.
Okay, and 8-bit rock. What is this? Oh, okay. Wait, what is this? Yeah, I knew I had this in my playlist. I think you were the one who requested it specifically.
ATR equals WWWS equals, although technologically outdated, 8-bit gaming systems such as the Nintendo Entertainment System and the original Game Boy have lived on by inspiring countless musical efforts. Two recent CD releases, Power Up and 8-bit operators, show the range of influence these beloved game systems have had on modern-day music.
Yeah.
J.
Chiptunes, turns out, pretty good. I guess these are just like I see. These are just, like, things of fan art or something. What's this now? No F. Yeah, no Fs were given. Nah, I'm kidding. The art is actually really impressive looking.
Why Final Fantasy II reviewed by Hey. It's Brian. Originally released only in Japan for the NES nearly 7 years ago, Final Fantasy III has been remade for the Nintendo DS in Levy North America in full 3D, with an enhanced battle system and improved dialogue. The story tells of 4 young adventurers whom destiny chooses to confront malevolent forces that threaten the balance of good and evil, and ultimately, the entire planet. FFIE is a pretty typical Final Fantasy game, complete with unique job classes, a system in which your party members can assume one of 23
They
identities,
really
each
wanted that
with
job
unique
class
strengths.
system to take off, and
while
I
the plot
don't
may
think...
sound cliched, it is important to remember this
It was
game's
always
age
kind
and
of
place in history.
controversial among Final Fantasy
It is unreasonable
fans.
to think that a game from 1990
I don't know,
would
I've
have
never
a story as
played any of the
complex as
games that
today's
utilized it, but
RPGs.
they kept
But
trying to bring
players
it
may
back.
still
They did it
become
in
frustrated with the
FF5, and I think they did
predictable
it
twists and
in...
turns. Graphically,
Was it
the game
FF8?
is
I want to say
stunning.
also had the job class
The
system.
player is able to explore FFII's villages, dungeons, and caverns in a new 3D universe. The soundtrack, meanwhile, is virtually identical to the NES version, with familiar Final Fantasy tunes sprinkled throughout the game. One thing that can be said about FFL is that it is tough. Leveling up will be inevitable, and lots of side quests for secret summons and the bonus job class make this game no easier. In a nutshell, Final Fantasy Lil is a very challenging RPG and easily one of the best for the DS. Though the characters are shallow
I have Final
and the
Fantasy
story
III
insipid,
on the
the game is
DS.
masterfully redone for a brand new console and
That is a
brand
really
new
good port of that.
generation
And
of gamers.
FF2 was like
Let
even
your voice be
more,
heard.
looked really
If
good.
you'd like to submit a review for NP, first become an insider at Nintendo.com.
Oh, so there were like freelancers and shit doing this. Or I guess just people who were fans of video games. Mario Party 8. What's this? Agreed.
Mario Party 8 Ariel Party 8 Ariel B celebrated her 8th birthday with the Super Mario Brothers and special guests thanks to a Mushroom Kingdom themed cake decorated by her parents, Kim and Brian. To cap off the celebration, partygoers enjoyed a round of Mario Kart Double Dash. The fact that she won't have a driver's
The best
license
Mario
for
Kart
another
game.
8 years didn't stop Ariel from racing circles around the competi tie-in. George S. One RA11 Turbo Mad 4. Metroid Jose S. wears his love for all things Metroid under his sleeve.
Needs L
and
version.
just
Well,
about anywhere
there's only
else
one
there's
person who
room.
can do that.
His tattoos of Samus Aran's logo, Samus in her power suit, and the Metroid are strictly old school.
Oh, so there is like
George
more
S.
like art and stuff. That's pretty cool. Video bonus. Game point. Cool. Next month. Pearl Jam. What? Pearl Jam made a game? No, they didn't. Oh. Expect more pearls of mission as we can. I get it, because Pokemon Pearl. You do realize what Pearl Jam actually means, right? I'm not gonna say on YouTube, but let's just say the Pearl Jam does have an even flow. And that, well, almost, is that. Oh, you already did a cover of this? Oh, I'll have to check that out. You know what? Let's do that. This was a relatively brief stream, so we can do that. Wait, is it playing? Oh, it is. It's just really quiet.
Wishing on a dream that seems far off, hoping it will come today.
I'll turn it up a bit on your end because it's pretty quiet on mine.
Night, foolish dreamers turn their gaze, waiting on a shooting star. But what
So much lolly.
Will their dreams fade to nothing when the horizon darkens most? We all need to believe there is hope. Is an angel watching closely over
It is you.
me? Can there be a guiding light I've yet to see? I know my heart.
Now you need to do one for I Am the Wind.
There's a hole within my
You've sung it on
soul.
stream before, but you gotta do like a
There
dedicated
is
video of like the whole song.
inside of me. Am I to be satisfied without knowing? I wish then for a chance to see now all I need desperately is my star to come.
GG's. Okay. Alright, let's find someone else to raid. Because we are done with Nintendo Power. I was wrong about Nintendo Power. They did have reviews, and pretty decent ones at that. So it's really not all that different from, like, PSM or the official PlayStation magazine. Karumi is live. He's playing... What the actual fuck is Psycho Waluigi? I must find out. Some fan game or ROM hack? I don't know.
Ruby loves no better.
Oh my god, he does. Alright. Yeah, it is like PSM. Oh, Ronnie! Shit, we could... Yeah, that's true. We could just, Alright, let's raid Ronnie.
I like turtles.
You're right. We must raid Ronnie. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot it's... Because he fucking... I'm just gonna, like, copy and paste the link from now on. Alright. So, Saturday, Virtua Fighter Animated for the Game Gear. It also had a Master System version. The big change between the two is the script. One had, like, a more international script, I guess, and one had, like, a US exclusive. I don't know. But, they use, like, different scripts, different translations. I'm gonna play the Game Gear one, mainly because I ranked Game Gear games, and, I may end up re-ranking it if I find that the game is better or worse than I initially thought. Honestly, it's a fighting game, so, like, you kind of get the idea of what it's like fairly early on, I would imagine, but I don't know. We'll see. That'll be my one-off on Saturday. Sunday, more Game Gear action with Lunar Magic School, where we ride the Lunar Magic School bus and do other things. I really enjoyed that game on Sunday, and I cannot wait to play more next weekend. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games, beginning with the letter M. We are on Metroid, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Zero Mission. Great GBA games, but how will they stack up against all the others? We will find out on Monday. And on Tuesday, more Tales of Phantasia Cross Edition for the PSP. I really enjoyed... It definitely knows how to make an impression on you really early on, and I'm excited to see where this goes. I always wanted to play a Tales game, and I think it was worth the wait. And finally, on Thursday, we took a look at Nintendo Power. So next Thursday, we are going to look at the alternative, Sega Vision. The Sega's answer to Nintendo Power, which was not nearly as successful, only lasted from 1991 to 1995. But who knows? Maybe it'll still be good. It probably is. But we will find out on Thursday. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Arus218, LCX, Mike Wolf, Karumi Good Gamer, Orc Warchief Reviews, Renee W, Slim Nim, and Vintendo Vaults. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freeze. Freddy Freaka, into presentation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing. But wait, if you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!